The following content is intended for a mature audience. Viewer discretion is advised. All artwork is done by myself. Any inconsistencies between the artwork and the story at large is because I'm an idiot. With that being said, please enjoy. Real quick, last minute edit in. I'm editing this and right about to get it uploaded. October 1st is literally just a few hours away, and I'm almost not going to make the deadline, but the artist I typically work with for the other story, The Ark of Ham, managed to pull out an art piece really fast, really effectively, for a good price, and it looks fantastic. Give them all the credit they deserve. Find them over on X, find them over on Blue Sky, find them over on any social media they have. Credits and links are going to be in the description down below. They did a fantastic job, 10 out of 10. Can't believe I'm making my deadline, and I can't believe I have a beautiful art piece to go with it. I'm so blessed to be able to work with artists of such good talent. My art's okay, but it'll always be black and white. They have a brilliant mind for being able to apply color. Fantastic job. And with that being said, now we begin. Legends of Theia Halloween Special, the Aethelgard Mansion. The scene was a strange labyrinthian corn maze. The walls of the concrete maze were decorated with pictures and images of corn, mostly the stalks, but occasionally a corn-themed display would pass by. The man driving the truck that was trundling its way through the maze was named Harold. The woman sitting on top the gun turret, quietly, looking at her own personal device and reading the newspaper, was his wife, Jolene. They had been trapped in this place for nearly 47 days, and it was beginning to wear on the both of them. They desperately wanted out, but they knew that the only way out of this strange, macabre place designed by the Fae was to gather a set number of keys, placed in certain areas of the attractions of the park. Once all of them were gathered, they were free to leave. That was, if they could survive long enough to actually gather the keys. Harold picked up his personal device, a small passport that contained all of his personal information. Attached to it was a small radio that he'd had installed recently. It was his wife, Jolene, speaking to him from the gun turret. "Harold, should I be picking off some of these smaller targets?" "No, my darling. It's almost about that time. We're gonna go and try to do the boss fight again." "Is this the 7th or the 8th time we've attempted it, Harold?" "I believe this is the 8th, he said. "Very well, Harold. I'm ready when you are." Harold began to turn the wheel and started heading to the center of the maze. Although the maze still sometimes got Harold lost, he was getting used to the way the walls tended to shift around a bit when he wasn't looking. And now he had a funny way of reading the pattern of the openings in the walls. Now he could confidently guide in and out of the maze, if it only took him a minute or two to get his bearings. A scarecrow that was sitting on the deck of the truck, that was lashed up by his arms and legs, began arguing with Harold and Jolene. "You cannot possibly know what you are attempting to summon. I will not be silenced." "Could you hush that?" said Jolene. "This is the 8th time we've done this. We don't have to listen to you every single time we sacrifice you on the altar. You're the boss. Why can't we just shoot you here and now and be done with this?" "Oh, I'm sorry," said the Scarecrow. "Is my job bothering you? Does it bother you that I'm paid to be here on the deck of your truck and be sacrificed to a god? Is that so inconvenient? Well, maybe I won't speak. Maybe I won't allow myself to be sacrificed. Maybe that'll work." "Stop arguing, you two," Harold said over the radio. "We're going to be at the altar soon and we can move on with the boss fight. If all things go according to plan, you won't have to deal with us kidnapping you again." The Scarecrow was still most indignant. "I wasn't always a scarecrow made out of straw and burlap, you know. I was an actor, a human actor. Well known, you might have heard of me. I was Ilintheti Baldman." "Cool," said Harold. "Never heard of you." "What? I played in so many influential roles in Theia's cultural distinctions." "Never heard of you," Harold repeated. "Ugh, uncultured swine, the lot of you." "Uncultured?" said Jolene. "I'll see to you right now," she said, starting to spin one of the cranks on the gun and moving it. "Jolene, please do not fire the armor-penetrating anti-aircraft gun at our own truck just to prove a point to a scarecrow." "Fine, Harold. Let's sacrifice him and be done with him." Jolene had been working very hard to get over her hoplophobia. She still had a nervousness about firearms that would go away after a few minutes of handling them and firing them. But whenever she was away from them for a time, an irrational fear of them would dwell up once more. A fear that they would somehow turn on the owner, come alive, and start firing bullets in every direction. She knew that this fear was irrational and did her best to keep it under control. When the truck finally stopped, they were in the center of the maze, before a large altar. This place was surprisingly open and wide compared to the rest of the maze. There were no roundabouts nearby, and only a couple of exits and entrances. In the center was a singular altar where it appeared something could be placed. "Here we are. We all know the drill. Come on, Mr. Scarecrow, let's get you up on that altar so you can get eaten." Yeah, he said. "Seeing as you all don't want me to act, I guess I'll just sit here silently then." Harold took a deep breath. "Come on, we know you gotta make all the hullabaloo and fuss, otherwise the lady's not gonna come out. So go ahead, get started." "As if I'd work for people who do not appreciate my craft," he said as Harold picked him up and threw him onto the altar. "Just make a big fuss already so that she'll come up and eat you." "Fine." "No!" he shouted loudly. "I am not meant to be sacrificed. I am meant to be more in the grand design." Just then, the corn started to shake. A figure began to rise out of the corn. A colossally sized corn snake now loomed over the sacrificial altar. The snake began to speak, reciting its own lines over top of the scarecrow. "You have given me this sacrifice. From flesh to flesh, from blood to blood." Harold and Jolene were not paying attention. "Is the gun loaded, Jolene?" Harold asked his wife. She real quick opened it to look at 2 strips of paper with pictures of bullets inside that were being fed into the barrels. "Yep, compressed bullets already. How about you?" Harold picked up his .357 ranch hand and loaded a 30-round magazine into it. "Yep, all ready. I'm not going to be very accurate firing while driving, so it's up to you to actually hit the targets. I'll just do the best I can to support with anything I can shoot at." "I know, Harold. Same plan as last time. Hopefully with you driving, this time we won't run into anything." "I don't blame you for that time. It was pretty hard with all the stuff falling overhead, and we didn't know to shoot at the right targets, so this time we'll get it right," Harold consoled his wife. The two of them looked up to see that the snake had picked up the scarecrow and swallowed it. "Aha! You fools! You do not know what you've done! This was the plan from the start! Now I shall be the god of this maze!" Both of them looked blankly up at the snake. "All right, well, we're getting started. Let's go, Harold," she said, banging on the turret, causing Harold to hit the gas. As they were driving away, the large serpent creature was being wrapped in strange burlap bandages, becoming a scarecrow-like creature that burrowed aggressively down into the corn. "All right, here comes the first wave." "I know that, Harold," Jolene said as she swung the gun around to face backwards towards the truck's rear end. Exactly as anticipated, creatures began crawling up out of the corn, pumpkin-headed monsters that threatened Harold and Jolene as they fired at them to defend themselves. They had done this boss fight once before and were fully prepared for the opening waves. Jolene saved ammunition by firing the gun only once at a time, single bullets hitting the heads of the creatures as they rose up. "Make sure to conserve ammunition, darling." "I am, Harold," she answered. Harold did his best to fight the monsters back, but he could only really fire the gun out of one side of the vehicle. The other side he would just have to ignore or run the creatures over. Just then, the serpent monster came bursting out of the corn. "Water towers first," Harold said, as he jerked the wheel sharply and began turning towards the water tower. "I'm on it," said Jolene, as she began twisting the crank on the gun as fast as she could to swing the gun around. Jolene managed to get one of the main support struts for the water tower in her gun sights. "Take this, you uncultured swine," she said as she pulled the trigger. The gun fired, and the water tower's main support strut was struck by the gun. The water tower itself, however, didn't fall, even though it looked like it certainly should have. Harold and Jolene successfully drove underneath it, the large serpent-like creature chasing them from behind. Then, just as it came from underneath the water tower seemingly, as if planned, fell directly on top of the creature. This was all how the boss fight was supposed to work. Everything around them was nothing more than a game, except they were the only lives on the line. "Oh, good heavens! That was certainly enthralling. Harold, what target is next?" Harold looked up ahead. "Looks like the road's splitting to the south. Gonna be the grain silo. You're gonna want to point to the left of the vehicle," he said out loud on his radio. "Okay." She began turning the crank as best she could, the barrel striking some of the monsters that were walking next to the vehicle as it drove by. Harold revved the engine, running over several pumpkin-headed monsters. Jolene turned the crank appropriately, and when the grain silo came into view, she fired onto the struts, holding it above the ground. Just like that, the grain silo began to creak back and forth, and grain began to leak out of it. Only once the snake had crawled underneath of it did the grain silo finally fall. Harold immediately jerked the wheel and began driving in a new direction. "All right, now it's time for the windmill. This is the one where we always mess it up." "Harold, do not blame me. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying we always mess it up. Last time, when I pushed that gas pedal too hard and jerked the vehicle, you blamed me for not being able to follow the windmill." "I'm not blaming anyone this time," Harold said over the radio. "I'm just saying this time we're going to focus on not messing it up." He began to accelerate the vehicle towards where he knew the windmill would be. He turned left, then right. As he did, a flood of pumpkin-headed creatures began to rise from the corn. "Ignore the little ones," he shouted over the radio. "The vehicle can handle them. Just focus on following that windmill." Harold began accelerating even faster, running over creatures left and right. It was a shame he couldn't pick up the money from their bodies, but right now he was focused on the boss fight. When he finally made it up to the windmill, everything was in Jolene's hands. Harold held his breath and began to slow down the vehicle. She aimed as best she could with the anti-aircraft rifle and pulled the trigger. The jackhammer-like thump of the anti-aircraft gun went off. They had both been trying this boss fight for nearly several weeks now. The first time they had attempted it, they did so on foot, and with no knowledge of the large towers surrounding the maze that could be dropped on top of the boss. They had made their first attempt with handguns on foot by themselves, and although it was certainly possible for seasoned adventurers, Harold and Jolene were ordinary civilians. They could not move fast and certainly couldn't take on a snake whose mouth circumference could easily swallow them whole. The first time they had tried this, they had been both eaten alive. They would have almost certainly perished and been part of the carnival for all eternity, except for the fact that both Harold and Jolene had been smart enough to purchase extra lives. Rather than their souls being turned into the carnival, they were instead spat back out. Randomly throughout the town, they would simply emerge again, out of a trash can or dumpster. They would crawl out and then realize they had to try the maze again. It was certainly not fun. It was a bit humiliating, Jolene especially complaining when she would wake up in a dumpster covered in banana peels. Harold, after that, insisted they purchase a vehicle that was capable of moving faster than the snake. He saw them on sale, and if they were on sale, certainly you were allowed to take them into the maze. Of course, those attempts were less successful because despite having a vehicle, they did not have the armaments necessary to follow the large towers, nor did they know of their existence. They tried fighting off the pumpkin-headed minions or running them over with the vehicle, but the problem was always the snake. It could easily pick up their vehicle and toss it aside like it was a toy. They then realized they had to run from the snake, and although the shots from every gun they purchased would certainly stun the snake, nothing seemed to harm it. Through trial and error, and lots of frustration and arguing, they finally figured out that they could follow the large objects on top of the snake. And this time, finally, the windmill was beginning to fall. It was always more difficult than the other objects, for its support struts could not be easily seen. Harold and Jolene had to walk inside of the windmill, fighting the pumpkin-headed owner several times to figure out where exactly the support struts were. Then, they painstakingly measured the outside of the windmill, figuring out exactly where to aim. After all of that work and effort, finally, things were beginning to pay off for them. When Jolene had successfully shot out the support struts, the snake began to dart right through said support struts that were holding up the windmill. Then, as it passed through just underneath, the windmill began to fall on top of the snake. "Harold! Harold!" she said, stomping her foot on the turret. "Look, Harold, we've done it!" The windmill collapsed on top of the snake, one of its blades nearly chopping the snake's head off as it burrowed down into the corn. Just like that, it was defeated. Harold began to shake his head up and down as he looked around at the other monsters that were beginning to disperse or dig down into the corn to retreat. "I think we've actually done it, Jolene," he said. He turned the wheel sharply. They returned back to the broken pieces of the windmill, but found no compensation for their efforts. "Well, perhaps it's back at the altar. Come along, then. Let's drive back to the altar and see if our reward is there." With that, Harold and Jolene began to drive back to the altar. "Can you believe it, Harold?" Jolene said excitedly over the radio. "We're finally a step closer. A step closer to getting out of this god-awful nightmare," she said. She looked at her own tattered clothing. "Finally, I can stop wearing these ridiculous rags." "They're practical, darling," he said over the radio. "No point in wearing your nice clothing that inhibits your motion. Try to wear things that allow you to move freely, and of course can take a little bit of damage without being too torn up." "It's not what a lady should wear, Harold," she said. She loosened her helmet and pulled out earplugs from her head. "I'm also sick and tired of wearing these ridiculous earplugs. My darling, if you fire that gun without those earplugs, you'll go deaf in only a few hours." "I know that, Harold. I'm just sick and tired of wearing them is all." She removed her helmet and put it down on the anti-aircraft gun as Harold continued to drive. Monsters were still spawning, but Harold was beginning to serpentine past them. They really weren't trying to get them, although they still made their presence known. When Harold made his way back to the altar where they had offered up the scarecrow to the corn snake, there was now a large corn snake curled up before the offerings laid upon the pedestal. It was sitting and waiting for Harold and Jolene to return. As they approached, it reared its head up and began to speak. "You have set me free, and in doing so you have freed my domain from the oppression of that awful scarecrow. Take these keys, So long as you present them within the confines of the maze, the creatures of the maze will give you no more trouble. You may come and go as you please. Put the keys away, and the creatures will attack you once more." Harold and Jolene both breathed a heavy sigh of relief as the creature opened its mouth and spat out 2 keys on the ground before them, Harold quickly picking up his out of the corn. The keys were quite large, about the size of a water bottle, and hefty, difficult to carry. He had pointed this out to Jolene just in the quick glance that he had shot his wife. If these keys were this heavy, they couldn't carry them around all the time. The snake flicked its tongue in and out. "I have yet one more reward for you. You may select between a sum of my wealth to help carry you on your adventure, or some of my knowledge to help better prepare you for what lies awaiting ahead. I cannot give you both, however. You shall have to decide." Harold felt his wife grabbing his arm quite abruptly. "Did you hear that, Harold? We get more than just the keys. A cash reward. Let us take the money, Harold." Harold thought about it for a moment. "No, Jolene. Money we can earn ourselves, but knowledge can only be gained through experience. If we have the opportunity to learn something, we should take it." His wife huffed for a second and then thought about it. "Very well, then. We shall take the knowledge," she agreed. Harold looked up at the large serpent creature. "We will take a hint as to what's lying before us in this carnival. Anything you have would be helpful." The snake only flicked its tongue back and forth. Harold remembered back to one of the vendors scolding him in the past, warning him that participation was one of the biggest things that would allow you to progress in this carnival. He reluctantly took a large sigh and then got on his knees. "O great goddess of the corn maze, please, grant us your wisdom." With that, the snake became more compliant. The snake flicked its tongue once more. "You sought no diplomacy through my domain. You fought your way through with bullet and blade. Although, you denied yourself the ability to garner favor with those around you. There were those who could have been your ally, could have assisted you in the fight. And for that, you caused your own suffering. I suggest not doing that within the Evilgard Manor. That is the mansion upon the ziggurat. In that quarrel, you can find no bullet or blade to aid you. You must use your mind to solve the problem." "We could have gotten allies." Harold looked at his wife with shrugging shoulders. "I didn't know that, Harold." The snake decided to drop the act for a moment. "Yes, you could have gotten allies. In every single one of those buildings you dropped on my head, there was a person nearby that wanted something from you and could have aided you in dropping them. That's how most people take me down without having to buy a giant truck and a 50 caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. Although we do make the puzzles so that you can fight your way out of them, it's usually better if you actually participate. It's not your fault entirely. You didn't come into the corn maze organically, you trespassed, which meant that you were missing half of the entire storyline, but that's fine," the snake said, waving its tail. "When you go up to the Evilgard Manor, you're going to have every single opportunity afforded to you to understand the storyline that we're trying to tell and properly solve the puzzle. You cannot fight your way through that one. If you try, you'll lose every single time. It's not a game of combatants. You'll have to use your other skills to get you through it. As well as that, I'll give you a more practical tip," the snake said, rearing its head closer to Harold. "Make sure to bring lots of firewood to the Evilgard Manor." Jolene took the opportunity to step up to the snake. "If you do not mind, may I ask a question that does not relate to any of these silly games that we are forced to play." The snake looked back at her, turning its eye down towards her. "You may. Go right ahead." "Thank you. Are you the Fae who owns this carnival area?" "No," the snake replied. "I actually was brought here when I was but a young girl. I loved playing throughout the various attractions that were available when I was young, and I sought to make my own. The owner agreed and hired me on. This corn maze is my doing, but the owner of this place controls it." "Would it be possible for me to speak to the owner and perhaps negotiate our release? We honestly didn't mean to cause any trouble. We were just trying to pass through the territory. We were not trying to steal anything or be where we weren't supposed to be." The snake woman only laughed. "You passed the obelisk. You knew the risks," she said. "Besides, we quite enjoy trespassers here. That's half of the point of this entire carnival." "Well, couldn't I at least talk to the person in charge and maybe plead my case?" "Oh, they already know," she said, flicking her tongue. "They knew the second you arrived toward that first obelisk. They watched you enter. They also overheard your little argument with each other. Your husband tried to warn you, and yet you came in anyway. You've made your bed, now lie in it. Besides, trespassers are some of our most favored guests. Why would we allow you to leave so soon?" Jolene stamped her foot a little bit as she turned and walked back towards the truck. "Oh, don't be that way," said the large serpent, "and don't be a stranger to the corn maze. Come in every now and then to grind up some extra cash, or just come and share some popcorn with me. I adore popcorn after all, and I wouldn't mind some company." "I'll keep that in mind," Harold said as he admired the large key in his hand. He turned back to get into the truck and drive off. As Harold started driving back towards town, his wife got on her personal radio device and began talking to him. "So, Harold, what is the plan now? Go straight up to the manor and see if we can solve its puzzles?" "Absolutely not," Harold said. "I'm tired. I'm going to need a few days to rest. We've been trying this corn maze non-stop. After about 2 days and making certain all of our equipment and gear are in order, then we'll make ourselves known up at that manor. I don't plan on going in without some means to protect ourselves, and some ability to get back out if we maybe aren't ready for it yet." "I thought the snake said we couldn't shoot our way out of that." "We can't shoot our way out of it, yes, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't bring some kind of self-defense mechanism. Plus, it's like you said, we gotta sell the 50 cal, and that might take a day or two." Harold and Jolene drove the truck back into the center of town. This small Halloween-themed town was located smack dab in the center of the Halloween-themed purgatory they had found themselves trapped in. Just about every road and street corner was paved and lined with some kind of Halloween-themed attraction, vendors, or places to stay. Everything seemed to be geared towards facilitating this one event. And as far as Harold could ever tell, this place had no function outside of just embracing the spirit of Halloween every single day. It honestly got on his nerves a bit, especially when he wanted peace and quiet. But he had to swallow his frustrations as a man and focus on getting him and his wife out of that place. "All right, honey. Before we go relaxing, let me put up some posters in some bulletin board areas. I'm going to sell the 50 cal via probably an auction. I'll just take the highest price I can get for it. If things go according to my plan, the Legion and the Navy are going to start a bidding war for the damn thing." Harold remembered encountering some Navy officers back in his civilian life living within the colony cities of Theia, but he'd never truly interacted with them on a level to where he understood how they operated. In this place, however, he understood a little bit too much about the Navy. When he had first managed to free him and his wife from the confines of the corn maze to make it into the center of town, the Navy at first offered them safe refuge. Supplies like food and water were offered, only in exchange, of course, for assistance in funding the efforts to try and escape this Halloween-themed hell. Harold and Jolene were put to work at playing pointless, silly games in the middle of town, things like skee-ball and whack-a-mole. They both remembered looking at the bruises and blisters on their hands. They couldn't believe that playing childish games all day long could actually wear out a body like that. They counted up the loot that they had managed to get from playing the silly games, tiny acrylic pieces of candy that this place used as money. The Navy confiscated it all, thanked them for their efforts, and promised them that they would be safe until they were able to earn a set of keys for each one of them. They were always told progress on the earning of keys, how close they were to getting out of there. But the sad truth is that it was a lie. The Navy was using them to farm up the various goods that this place had to offer and ship them out with Navy officers that had complete sets of keys already. Compressed ammunition, compressed water bottles, rare Fey technology, all of it was being boxed up and shipped out. And any poor soul that was dumb enough or desperate enough to ask for the Navy's help was being used to facilitate those purposes. After realizing that the Navy had no real intention of assisting them in escaping, Harold and Jolene decided it would be best to simply escape on their own and brave the dangers of the Halloween-themed carnival without the assistance of the Navy. Some of the Navy officers tried to argue with them that they needed the Navy's help and that they'd never make it out alive without the Navy assisting them. But Harold was willing to risk it all in order to prevent his wife and him from being abused so obviously. When Harold put up a small poster that said that he was willing to auction off his .50 caliber anti-aircraft gun, the Navy officers were intrigued by the poster. As Harold walked away, he showed them his middle finger, making it clear that he wasn't willing to negotiate with the Navy. If they wanted his weaponry, they'd have to pay him. Harold's next stop was the Humanitarian Legion's territory. They had managed to rent out several buildings as well, right adjacent to each other. Pumpkin-headed staff walked around the place accepting their rent and cleaning their facilities, but the Legion officers themselves didn't interact with them, nor did they look at anyone who even remotely did not seem to be human. The Humanitarian Legion themselves were a human supremacist group, and they firmly believed that Theia, the entire planet and all of its resources, belonged solely to humanity. They had tried to offer Jolene and Harold some assistance, but the two of them had heard through the grapevine that the Humanitarian Legion had less than lawful practices in some locations of the world, and they weren't willing to associate themselves with a group that had such a stigma hanging over them. Although Harold definitely didn't approve of the Legion's methods and their belief system, he didn't care. Their money was as good as anyone else's, and he pinned a poster close by to where they operated, allowing them to look at what he was auctioning off. Some of them shook their heads up and down. It was impossible for Harold to see their faces, of course. Legion members had a tendency to wear gas masks, especially when non-human entities were about. And inside of this Fey territory, all of them had their xenophobia and paranoia turned up to the max. Not a single face, not a single sign of humanity could be seen from the Legion. As Harold was spreading news about his auction, his wife Jolene was finding her way through town. This place had its little charms here and there, one of which was sitting relaxingly in the park. Inside of town, there was no danger, Although there was certainly spooks and frights, as any Halloween-themed town was guaranteed to have, there was no actual harm in wherever you were sitting as long as you were inside the core of the town. All of the attractions that surrounded the town, however, that's where the harm would come from. So, Jolene, sitting alone in the park, felt perfectly safe and calm. While Harold was out selling the anti-aircraft gun in order to afford the next branch of their adventure, Jolene was trying to calm herself down from the excitement she had just been through. She was sitting in the park alone, trying to relax. Although she had mostly gotten over her hoplophobia, it still had a profound effect on her body to be around the heavy firing guns. They shook her deep into her core, and something irrational inside of her constantly pumped adrenaline through her body. She found it difficult at times to calm down after she had been around them. Perhaps this was the early onset signs of post-traumatic stress, or perhaps not. She did not know. Either way, as she sat in the park alone, she looked over at a pumpkin-headed woman sitting on a park bench. She had seen this woman here countless times before. From the times in which they were working for the Navy to the times they had simply come back from their adventures as failures, she often found this woman sitting on the park bench alone. Jolene had never spoken to this woman in the past, although she had been tempted. It was not the woman that intrigued her, but rather the small child that was always accompanying the woman, grasping her hand and being led around. Jolene had wanted to know more, but didn't dare approach. They had been warned not to interfere with other people's adventures throughout the park. Interference of any kind could be seen as cheating, and cheating would certainly be punished. But today, Jolene mustered some courage about her. Perhaps it was the fact that she was still on an adrenaline high from handling the heavy guns that feared her so deep to her core. Or perhaps she was just curious about the well-being of the child. Either way, she got up from the park bench where she was sitting and sat down next to the pumpkin-headed woman. "Hello," Jolene said, in the most polite manner she could. Her arms were still shaking from the adrenaline running through her body. She found it difficult to calm down. "Hello there," the pumpkin-headed woman replied. "Are you enjoying our wonderful park here?" "Oh, it has its ups and downs, but I would say I'm trying my best to enjoy my time." "That's fantastic," the pumpkin-headed woman replied. "May I ask something?" Jolene questioned. "Of course," the pumpkin-headed woman replied. "I can answer any question about the park that you have. I can detail you to restrooms or where to buy certain guns or equipment if you need to know anything." "No," Jolene said. "I'd like to know about one of the other guests." "Oh, I'm sorry. Guests are entitled to privacy. I can't allow you to know anything that they wouldn't be willing to tell you themselves." "Oh, no. It's not anything like that. Nothing too personal. I just wish to know about the boy that you chaperone around from time to time. Does he have anyone here who is human to look after him? And how is he going to escape if he cannot participate in the various games?" "Oh, well, that's an easy question to answer. All children and all innocent people that cannot consent to what they are doing within Fey territory are granted free passage. The child may leave whenever he wants, so long as he is accompanied by a legal guardian or chaperone." "I see," said Jolene as she began to think. "Well, then why is he here? Why has his mother or father not rescued him from this place? Do you not allow them to enter?" The pumpkin-headed woman finally turned her gaze towards Jolene. "His mother certainly cannot rescue him because I am his mother. And his father..." The pumpkin-headed woman went silent. "His father has not yet returned." "You're his mother?" Jolene exclaimed. "Oh yes, I can assure you I am in fact his mother, my own pride and joy, right there playing on the playground. We came into this place together as a family, just me and his father, And as for the young boy, I had not yet broken the news to him, but he was safe and sound inside my belly. We had discussed the possibility that we might be trespassing in Fae territory, but at the time, the Fae were not as well known a quantity. This was years ago, and although rumors had gone back and forth and some things were confirmed, the idea of something like this scope of land claimed by them, completely controlled, this was not something that we fully understood the scope of. So, we trespassed in, and then quickly found ourselves stuck. When I began showing signs of pregnancy, I stayed in town, playing only small games to get myself by and try to support my husband when he went out to play the larger games to get us keys. Every time he'd get a key, he'd have to play the game all over again to give his extra key to me. He continued for what felt like months, trying to earn the keys. That was until we were close to the finish. We'd nearly assembled all the keys to escape. And then a new attraction appeared. A large circus. The tent went up, and clowns began to appear all throughout the area. The circus was in town, and it was not projected to leave for at least a year. My husband was terrified of clowns. From childhood, he was always stricken by them. He couldn't help it. I knew it would be difficult for him to go to that place and earn a key, but we needed a way out, and I was far too showing in signs of pregnancy to do any such physical labor, to the point where the Fae territory actually gave me a pass. I wasn't allowed to leave, but I also didn't have to participate in order to earn a key. All my husband had to do was earn a key for himself, and a duplicate would be given to me. Jolene covered her mouth for a moment. Why, that's certainly terrifying, the idea that you'd be pregnant in this place. Well, clearly you didn't make it out in time. What happened to your husband? I don't see a pumpkin-headed man walking about. Oh, my husband tried many times to get the key from the circus, but he had a hard time getting through the clowns. Every time he came home, he drug himself lower and lower towards the floor, like he was a failure. I always told him it was all right. Perhaps it would be best if we simply waited for the circus to not be a condition for leaving. Or perhaps we could wait until I'd had the child and I could give it the old try myself. Either way, one day, he disappeared. I had learned only when I went out later that he had traded some Navy officers for their extra circus key. He had traded several of my keys that he had earned for me in order to acquire one key from the circus. It was a frugal trade for the Navy officers. Once he had a complete set, he left. Well, that's terrible, said Jolene. Oh, I'm afraid it gets far worse than that. You see, by the time he had decided to abandon me, I had already had the child. He could have simply scooped up our newborn baby and took it with him. It was abundantly clear that you can take infants out of this place with you so long as you are their legal guardian. They didn't require my consent, only his, and I had already pre-consented to him leaving this place with the child and without me if it was necessary. Yet, he decided to abandon us here, together. I think he decided he wanted to restart his life, completely from fresh, outside of this place without us. He likely knew I'd never find my own way out. Jolene was absolutely aghast. I can't believe your husband would just abandon you like that. I suppose the pumpkin happened when you tried playing the games by yourself. Oh no, the pumpkin-headed woman said. I tried playing a couple of the games by myself, even had extra lives to do it with. But every time I would mess up and end up back in town. Then I would have to work to rebuild the ammunition and supplies I would need to play the games. Plus, I had to pay for someone to babysit the child. Certainly a cheap endeavor, but I still would have to pay them. Over time, the stress of trying to escape got too much for me, and I found an alternative way out," she said, smiling at Jolene. "In what way is that?" The pumpkin-headed woman stretched open her coat a bit, reached inside, and pulled out a length of rope that was wrapped around her neck. "Now this place isn't so bad. I couldn't imagine leaving it myself. I'm happy here. I think we'll all be happy here. As for my son, I know one day he'll turn 18 and decide to leave, but I do hope he decides to come back and visit his mother. Since he'll be raised inside of Fae territory, it is possible that he'll be considered a Fae himself and be allowed to come and go as he pleases. Perhaps he'll even join the Fae lifestyle." "That's awful," said Jolene. I don't even know what to say." "Well, you don't have to really say anything. It's just my story, after all. But it's my understanding that you wish to leave and return to the human world. Is that correct?" "Well, yes, of course," said Jolene. "Could you give a message to my husband, if you should ever so happen to meet him?" The woman then pulled out her own personal device. It was cracked and broken, but still barely working. She thumbed through it for a moment and pulled up a photo. She held it up to Jolene. "Place this on your personal device, and if you should ever see this man, please tell him I'm waiting for him here. I'll always be waiting for him here." Jolene gulped and shuddered at the woman's words. Yes," she said, as she saved the photo to her personal device. "If I should be so lucky as to see him, I will give him the message." "Well, thank you very much. Now, if you don't mind, I should get the little one home. It's time for his afternoon educations, and then it's off to bed." Harold and Jolene spent the next few days relaxing and trying to reaccrue their funds from the previous adventure they'd been on. They'd lost quite a large number of guns to either losing lives or simply having the guns damaged in a fight. They'd also needed to replace various pieces of armor, clothing, and the like. When they were finally ready to tackle the next leap in their adventure, Harold had received a tip on how to engage the next quest, the mansion on top of the ziggurat. It wasn't an open adventure like the corn maze, where you could simply walk in and participate. In order to engage the mansion on top of the ziggurat, one would have to accept the quest at the local guild hall. Everyone warned Harold that this particular guild hall was actually in connection with all the various guild halls around the world, and by logging yourself as an adventurer within it, you became an official adventurer worldwide, still connected with the official Adventurers Guild found outside of this Halloween-themed town. As Harold and Jolene walked into the guild hall, Harold was uncertain about the mission to sign up to be adventurers and then accept such a quest. Adventurers were certainly not normal people. It was perfectly normal for an adventurer to have some kind of extraordinary skill and to have access to rather odd equipment and technology, often given to them by various equipment hustlers or famesmiths that focused on their image. To say that adventurers were a flamboyant and odd assortment of people would be a vast understatement, but if it was required to leave this place, Harold was willing to do it. The woman manning the guild hall was more than happy to sign Harold and his wife up to be adventurers. "Is it different being an adventurer?" "Absolutely," the woman said as she filled out the paperwork. "But in this place you really have no choice. If you're looking to get out of here, you either have to have someone babysit you, like the Navy, or you have to get lucky and have an adventurer help you out. The only third option is to become an adventurer yourself and take some of the various quests. The mansion on top of the ziggurat is a required quest for leaving. You need this key in particular. She then pulled up a mansion key and laid it on the desk. "This one is mine. I can leave whenever I want, but I'll lose these keys when I leave, and I'll have to trespass again to get back in, as I'm a normal human, and I'm not actually welcome in this town." She then slid the key back under the desk. "If you want one like it, you either have to pay for it, earn it, or just go get it yourself. Go getting it yourself being the easiest option in my opinion, as this quest really isn't all that hard." Harold immediately got excited. "This quest is considered easy? Easier than the corn maze?" The woman thought about it for a moment. "It is possible to solo the corn maze without a vehicle, but yeah, I would say this is easier than the corn maze." Harold got excited once more. "All right then. Let's sign up to be adventurers, and let's go tackle the mansion on top the ziggurat." "I will be looking forward to an easier adventure," Jolene said, as she filled out the paperwork. They were then both handed the pieces of paper that detailed the quest. Formal attire was required, and any weapons had to be concealable. "Huh, how odd," Harold said. "It's pretty normal for some quests to have some kind of ridiculous requirement, and I'm talking about outside of Fey territory. But in here, I guarantee that it's going to be even stricter depending upon what area pops up next. These requirements are actually quite low," she said, pointing at the piece of paper. "Just make sure you're dressed the part, because, the mansion on top of the ziggurat isn't an actual quest. They're doing some kind of performance for you. Everything in this place is a stupid game. So just wear the appropriate attire and make sure all your guns are concealable, and you'll have no problem." Harold and Jolene both looked at their tattered clothing and attire. They had gotten used to wearing pretty much just rags in order to combat the various enemies within the corn maze. But apparently this quest didn't involve constant combat, so it was worth a visit to the clothing store and the gun shop in order to find something more suitable. Jolene was excited to be wearing what she considered to be proper attire again. "There we go, Harold. A nice flowing dress, and a more reasonable one of these pistol things to go into my purse. I'm dressed for any occasion," she said. "I wouldn't say any occasion," Harold retorted. "You're certainly dressed for some kind of formal event. I'd say that's for certain." "A lady at the guild hall also tipped me off that I could purchase things such as firewood there. Apparently these special logs burn for an incredibly long time. And she also told me I could buy some auto carts if I wanted. We won't pick those up right now, but we will come back if we need them. For now, how about we head out to the mansion? Now that we have the quest, apparently, the woods isn't going to warp around and get us turned back to the center of town anymore. We can actually approach the mansion without getting sent back." Crossing the threshold towards the mansion was a little unnerving. As they got closer, Harold remarked that they passed through a shield multiple times. "What are you talking about, a shield, Harold?" "An energy shield, my darling. Some Fae have personal shield projectors that can save them from bullets. We've definitely passed through a very large one," he said. "How could you be certain of that, Harold?" she asked. "Well, do you feel the sharp difference in the cold air?" Harold said as he wove his hand outside the window of the vehicle. "The air here is refrigerated. It's dry and cold. This is artificial. I can't believe the Fae are capable of something like this on such a massive scale. But why? To serve so few people? In a silly carnival, nonetheless? This entire place is silly, Harold. I don't think a change in weather really indicates very much, considering what we've already seen." "Yeah, but it just seems odd to me," Harold said. Finally, as they passed through the last shield, Harold noticed there was snow upon the ground, and everything was so bitter cold outside the vehicle they would certainly need their jackets. "Now the tip the corn snake gave me is starting to make sense," Harold said. The vehicle came to a stop just before the ziggurat. There, Harold looked up at the very top of the strange structure. Sitting on top of it was a large circular mansion. Next to it was a small gazebo. Smoke was coming from the gazebo, but the mansion itself was eerily, deathly silent. As far as Harold and Jolene could tell, the only noise that was being made was the sound of their feet crunching in the snow. As they began to approach the large structure, they noticed movement inside of the gazebo. The gazebo itself had been covered in a strange tapestry of cloths, sewn together. As far as they could tell, someone was inside. "Hold on a minute, honey," he said to his wife as he pulled out the piece of paper which contained the quest that they were trying to fulfill. "Investigate the strange goings-on in the Ethelgard Manor. Visit the gazebo for details. We need to go to the gazebo first. Let's avoid going to the mansion. Remember what the snake said. Participation is 90% of everything in here. If we try to break the rules, or if we try to not participate in their silly games, they'll end up backtracking us. So, let's do what we're supposed to for a change," he said as he began to walk towards the gazebo. "Fine, Harold. That sounds good by me." Harold approached the gazebo with some caution. He pulled out his small pistol from his waistband, nothing more than a small .22, but it was perfectly suitable for the job. He tried to knock on the door, but the door was made of cloth, so instead he knocked on a nearby beam instead. "Hello," he said. Then he heard the arguing inside suddenly hush, and someone flung open the curtains of the gazebo that had been hung up. Come in, quickly. Finally, this matter will be sorted," the strange voice said. Harold felt as though he'd walked into a madhouse. 6 odd-looking characters were now staring back at him. They seemed to be in a heated debating argument. "Hello," Harold introduced himself. "I am the..." He looked at the paper again quickly. "I am the investigator they have sent, and this is my wife and partner. She will be assisting me on this investigation. Now, whatever is going on here?" Immediately, all 6 of them began pointing fingers at each other. Hold on, one at a time," Harold said. "Tell me why I'm here, first and foremost." A broad-shouldered man with a pumpkin for a head stood up. He was wearing a commander's uniform, but he announced himself as an admiral. "I am Admiral Marigold. You are here to solve a murder," he said dramatically. "Alaric Ethelgard, the owner of this estate, lies dead in the courtyard within the mansion. Furthermore, I suspect I know exactly who's done it." A strange wooden puppet man stood up from his seat. Now, Admiral, no need to draw any hasty conclusions," he said. His mouth didn't move. The only parts of his body that did move were his eyeballs, his eyebrows, and his arms and legs. Everything else was literally wooden, and he could only emote with his odd posturing. "The investigator has come here to serve the community and seek justice for the fallen. We shouldn't contaminate their crime scene with our hasty allegations." "A man has been killed," retorted the pumpkin-headed admiral. "It only makes sense that justice be swift. We both know who killed Mr. Ethelgard. It couldn't be anyone else," said the pumpkin-headed admiral. "Hold the phone right there." said a strange avian woman who stood up. "As an attorney myself, I must interject. You're throwing around baseless accusations with no actual solid evidence, and these accusations could derail a serious investigation." It was about this time that Harold and Jolene realized that all of their dialogue was canned, well rehearsed, and was written down on a script. He realized that he was in the middle of the quest, and that they were playing this out for his benefit. Okay, Harold said, "that's enough. I'm guessing we have to go into the mansion and solve a Mr. Aethelgard's murder." "Excellent idea," said the strange bird woman. "The name is Harper Finch, by the way. I'm a prosecuting attorney, and I've never put away someone without solid evidence to do so, and we'll find that inside the mansion. Our investigator here can look for clues, and I'm certain they'll find who actually did this heinous crime." Jolene was becoming a bit excited by all of the dialogue shooting back and forth. "Well, we'll certainly try," she said out loud. "But may I ask as to why we're all held up inside of a gazebo?" She looked at the ragtag stove they had hooked inside of the gazebo, ramming a hole through its roof for its stovepipe. "Why are we all huddled out here? It's so freezing outside. Why not do this in the mansion?" "Oh no," interjected a bald-headed man. With strange, creepy fingers he moved about with long fingernails. "The lady is home, and the lady is most upset about the murder of her husband. She would certainly assault anyone she came upon. If we do enter the mansion, we must tread wary to not interject upon her path. It would be the end of anyone who upset her." "Admittedly, she is our biggest suspect," said Harper Finch. "Why is she a suspect?" asked Harold. "Well, her change is one thing. The second her husband croaked, she went and grabbed something she's been yearning for, and, well, now she's a bit of a monster roaming the halls." "That's hardly proof," said the bald-headed man. "I've known her for quite a long time, and I know she's been eyeing that substance. She could have simply indulged in it in her grief." "Yes, that's certainly possible," said the bird woman as she scratched her beak. "But you have to admit, she might even be willing to kill to obtain it." "What a crock of horse shit I'm listening to," spoken out on a small device sitting on the table. "Oh, of course, Mr. Aethelgard. Didn't mean to offend," the strange bald man said out loud. Harold raised his eyebrow as his wife walked up to the small device. "I thought Mr. Aethelgard was the one that got murdered. Am I not following along properly, Harold?" "No, yeah, Mr. Aethelgard is the one that got murdered." Harold walked up to the table and picked up the small square device. "I recognize this. The archivists use these. These are like little audio diary things. When they die, they stick these inside of their tombstones. They're about as good as an AI intelligence for recreating the actual living person themselves." The strange bald-headed man clicked his fingernails against each other. "That's exactly right, Mr. Harold. That there is Mr. Aethelgard himself, at least what's left of him, his last will and testament." "Well, that certainly makes this adventure easier. Mr. Aethelgard, who killed you?" "If I had known that, jackass, I would have easily just pointed them out. I wasn't updated by the dead body, you know. I have no idea who killed me." But I know for a fact it was not my darling wife. I loved her with all my heart and soul, and I would have given her almost anything she ever desired. And she loved and respected me in return. She wouldn't have killed me just to obtain something she wanted. So, hogwash, that's what I say. No way in hell she killed me. Jolene reached out her hand and picked up the small device herself. Well, if your wife didn't kill you, who do you think might have? Oh, I have a few sneaking suspicions. It's someone in this very gazebo. It's one of the 6 colorful characters you're looking at right here and now. Although I semi-trusted some of them, I believe one of them ended my life for their own selfish reasons. A collective gasp filled the gazebo. Well, of course they did, Harold said. Wouldn't be a very good murder mystery if the killer wasn't among us. A red foxwoman joined the conversation as she stood up from her seat. We're never going to get anywhere standing out here in a freezing gazebo. Besides, the fire's dying down. Let's head inside the mansion and look for clues. As soon as we find this murderer, we can apprehend them, and then justice will be served. And it'll make a killing story for the next headline. Bah, the lizard woman said. She didn't even bother standing up. I am not excited about going into that frozen place. I would rather stay out here where it's warm. At least back when my kitchens were heated up properly, I could have stayed in there. The small device that was Mr. Æthelgard chimed in. There was a good reason why we turned off the heat across the entire mansion. My wife will go anywhere where it's nice, warm, and cozy. The physical barrier of the outside air is the only thing stopping her from coming out to this gazebo. None of us can leave this mansion area. The snow is far too deep, far too thick, and a storm is brewing. We have to get to the bottom of this murder quick. And then, I have something that I would like you all to do for me. Something that might be a little hard, but for now, let's figure out who killed me. All 6 of the potential suspects made their way out of the gazebo. They seemed to be surrounding the manor and entering in at their own leisure. Harold could tell this was all just par for the course for them. They'd done it so many times that they didn't exactly wait for him to catch up or take his own cues. Well, this is certainly a fun game. Hold on now, the small rectangular box said out loud. Pick me up. I'm going to help you find my killer. All right, Harold said. So, I guess as we walk around the mansion, you're going to be giving us a whole bunch of storyline? Harold said out loud. Yeah, I'll tell you what's prudent to your investigation, if you need to know anything. Alrighty then. He handed the small box to his wife. Oh, what a darling little device, she said out loud. Harold, why don't I start keeping my own audio diary? She asked him. It would be nice for you to have someone other than me to talk to for a change. Might give me some peace and quiet occasionally. Harold smiled as he snickered at himself. His wife then firmly kicked him in the leg. Ow, damn it. Harold and Jolene walked up to the front door of the mansion. Before they entered, Harold pointed at the small device and Jolene held it up. All right then, Mr. Alrak Æthelgard. Before we go walking into your mansion, anything you want to tell us? I am dearly sorry, investigator. Truly, I am. I would love to help you, detective, but there are limits built into this AI machine I find myself trapped in now. I am nothing more than the shadow, the ghost of a man that once was. These limits prevent me from revealing certain secrets. Harold shook his head up and down. Oh, I know. Archivists are all about keeping secrets, despite their obsession with truth. And this is an archivist device from the look of it. A good one. I'm guessing you can't just flat out tell me anything I'm not supposed to know. That is correct, Ethelgard confirmed. I was a man with my own privacy and my own secrets at heart. Until you reveal them to yourself, I cannot confirm them. I apologize. You don't have to be sorry, Harold said. It's just a game after all. Come along, darling. Let's go inside. After me, Harold, she said, as Harold opened the door for her. As Harold looked back, he saw a large raven standing on a hefty tree branch. The raven was nearly the size of a human person. He recognized this raven to be Quoth, the bird that had greeted them when they first entered the labyrinth. Quoth still came around from time to time, allowing his wife to pet him, and even getting close to Harold, but his visits were fewer and far between, as they stayed inside of the town. Perhaps Quoth was nothing more than a mascot, or perhaps it was his job to welcome newcomers and guide them to the center of town. Harold couldn't be certain. The only thing Harold was certain of is that he could count on Quoth occasionally checking in on him, and his wife, always with the same words billowed from its beak. Nevermore, Quoth the raven said. Harold took a deep breath before stepping into the mansion. 'Tis a reference, and nothing more. As Harold and his wife walked into the mansion, they were immediately hit by the bitter cold inside. Harold, it was snowing outside. How is it even colder inside of here? She said, shivering. I'm not certain, darling. Want to pop back out for our coats real quick? Yes, Harold, let's go. Harold and Jolene abandoned the adventure just for a moment. They walked all the way back out to their truck, where they acquired some better gear for being in the frigid temperatures. The snow was cold, and they'd thought that would be the extent of it, but inside the mansion it was so stingingly cold, it actually hurt the skin to be touched by the open air. Harold would certainly fall over dead if there was anything such as a breeze or a fan inside of the mansion. He had to admit it was too cold even for him. Once layered up, he and his wife reapproached the mansion. As they got ready to go inside, a peculiar sight caught Harold's eye. All 6 of the colorful characters he had been introduced to were now slowly stepping out of the gazebo once again. Their footprints weren't even in the snow. They then walked to their various parts of the mansion and entered in through their own means. One of them even said a small greeting to Harold. Oh, hello, Detective. I'll meet you inside the mansion. We'll get this sorted out, the avian woman said as she continued through the snow. Harold, I thought they'd already gone inside the mansion, Jolene asked. Yes, honey, they did. And they had scattered. Huh. Harold looked down at the snow. All of the footprints were facing from the gazebo towards the mansion. There were no footprints implying that anyone had walked up to the gazebo. The canned dialogue they had said inside the gazebo was gone, but they acted almost as if, for a moment, Harold and Jolene had not walked up at all. Harold shook his head and dismissed it. When he looked back, as he was beginning to enter the mansion once more, he saw Quoth still sitting upon the tree branch. Nevermore, the bird reminded him. They entered the mansion once more, this time wearing proper thermal attire. Oh, that's much better, Harold. The cold still stings my skin, but I can tolerate it now, Harold. Well, that's good, because we're going to be in here for a minute, and man, it is cold. I have these fire starter log things, Harold said, lifting up a small bag. But it's probably best we not use them until we know exactly what they're for. Harold and Jolene began to look around the mansion a little bit. As far as they could tell, it was a circular mansion, with 9 rooms surrounding a central column shaft. The column had small windows peering down into a courtyard, but there didn't appear to be any reasonable access to it, just an elevator, and upon Harold's trying to access the elevator, it declined his self-imposed invitation. Well, that's a locked area. I'm guessing I'm going to need a key, Harold said to himself. Harold deduced that there was 2 floors to this large mansion, each with 9 rooms, and each room was rather large. It'll take time to search through this entire place. I wonder where everyone is, Harold said out loud. Jolene shivered in the bitter cold. I don't care where we start, Harold. Let's just get on with it already. Oh, very well, my darling, Harold said. Let's start here in the kitchen, he said, pointing at a room labeled kitchen. There were multiple doors leading into the room, as the room was shaped like a slice of pie, with hallways surrounding it. Inside the room, they were met by the albino snake woman, dressed as a chef. As far as they could tell, she was completely catatonic and unable to answer them, standing there, not shivering, not moving, just frozen in place. Whatever's wrong with her? Asked Jolene. Harold took a close look at the snake woman. It's too cold in here for her. Way too cold. We'll have to heat it up in here if we're going to get any answers out of her. Harold's deduction was met with a stove off to the side. The stove was clearly labeled that it could accept both gas and wood. He turned off its gas function and flipped a lever for the wood, then began loading the small pieces of fey lumber that he had in his little satchel into it. With the flick of a small match, it all went into flame, and the room began to heat up. A bit too instantly for it to be natural, the snake woman began to thaw out, and she started to move once more. Oh, finally! I cannot stand the bitter cold, she said, hissing and sticking her tongue out. Hello there, greeted Harold. I am Harold. This is my partner and wife, Jolene, and we have a couple of questions for you, Harold said impressively, trying to take on the role of an investigator. Yes, of course, Chef Alba said. This murder business has been terrible. My employer is dead. My life is in shambles, and the missus is, well, she's been better, she said stutteringly. The murder negatively affects you, confirmed Harold. Oh yes, Chef Alba said. You see, Mr. Ethelgard was my sole employer. I didn't work anywhere else, so his murder puts me out of a job. I'll have to go somewhere else now and find work elsewhere. The recording of Mr. Ethelgard chimed in. I occasionally had important meetings in this place, and I needed an on-demand chef at all times. I had an exclusivity agreement with her. She could only work for me. So long as she was in my employment, she couldn't work anywhere else, couldn't sell a single chop of anything. Not a sprig, not a leaf, not a soup, nothing. But I paid her well. Is that so? Harold confirmed. Well, wouldn't she benefit by killing you so that she could get out of such a contract? Harold questioned. The idea of it, said Chef Alba. Yes, I would certainly benefit by getting out of such a contract, but I wouldn't need to kill for it. I could always just quit. At least if I quit, I could get paid. A dead man can't pay my checks. And I imagine I'll be stiffed for the last payment, at least until his will is sorted out. And when will that even happen, with his wife in the state that she's in? So, Mr. Ethelgard, you're saying she's suspicion-free, in the clear? I'm sorry, Detective, I can't answer that question properly. There's a lot of blocks in my mind. I can only see what's before me, and remember what I'm allowed to remember. I remember that she worked only for me, and that my murder would certainly negatively impact her under those conditions. All right, then, said Harold. So, Chef Alba, Harold continued, where were you at the time of the murder? Why, I was here, of course, in the kitchen. My job? I was working here. I do remember serving a drink to Mr. Aethelgard. He was in the lounge with that lawyer person. Perhaps they know something. I see. Oh, and one more thing, Alba confirmed. Inside the lounge, there is a pistol. I know for a fact it's there. I saw it sitting on the table. It's not normally in the lounge on display. It was just sitting there. Didn't think much of it at the time. But perhaps that's how Mr. Aethelgard was murdered. I see, Harold said. Do you remember hearing a gunshot? No. In fact, I don't know how he was murdered at all. His body is inside the center of the building. We can't have access to it. He seemed to have dragged himself there after the murder. Dragged himself into the courtyard and then succumbed to his injuries. Why would he want to go to the courtyard? Suddenly, Chef Alba rubbed her mouth funny. I'm sorry, I can't speak on that. Really? Said Harold. I wonder why you can't speak on that. They were then interrupted by the sound of a crying woman. Chef Alba then immediately looked terrified. I wish I could help you more, Detective, but we must flee this place. And quickly. The missus is coming. The fire here in the kitchen, it's attracted her. I'll go to a different room, and don't worry, I'll be perfectly fine. You can always come find me there if we happen to bump into each other again. For now, we have to retreat back to the bitter cold. And with that, Chef Alba fled the room. Well, that's certainly interesting. She wasn't willing to talk about where the body was located? Huh. That's very odd. Jolene grabbed Harold's arm. She said that we had to flee this room, Harold. Something's coming. I know that, darling. Let me just take a peek down the hallway and see what we're dealing with. The entire building was designed in a circular fashion. If Harold was careful, he could just barely glimpse down the curvature of the hallway and see what was approaching him without revealing himself too much. Harold carefully walked out the room and slowly peered down the hall. What he saw shook him to his very core. A strange woman with tears running down her face. It could be said that she was walking on all fours, if 4 was all the number she had to walk upon. She crawled along the ground on her knees. Despite that, she was still taller than Harold, her legs having grown to an incredible long length. Atop her legs was mounted a torso with 4 arms, and atop that was mounted another torso with 4 arms. Occasionally, her body was decorated with a strange open orifice which pulsed, connected to a pseudo-esophagus which went down into her core being. A strange tendril-like umbilical cord stuck out of one of her torsos and dragged the ground. Her hair was a matted mess, and tears had clearly streamed down her face in such excess as to leave her eyes looking bloodshot. Harold immediately darted back into the warm room and grabbed his wife's hand. "We need to leave," he said, nearly gagging in his throat. "We need to get out of this room right now." "What is it, Harold?" Jolene asked. "What did you see?" "I saw something I don't want to mess with," Harold replied. The two of them then scurried outside of one of the other doors, out of the room. Harold heard scraping and slapping against the ground as the creature walked into the room. It crawled and squeezed through the doorway, and then the door closed with a violent bang. Harold tried to remain calm, but he found it difficult to remain rational after seeing such a creature. "What's the matter with you, Harold?" Jolene said. "You're shaking like a leaf. Normally you're the steady one." "That thing," Harold said with a shudder. "It has more than one limb and holes," he said, feeling a chill crawl up his spine. "Oh, Harold, not this again. I swear, every time. Do you have any idea how many fruits I can't get you to eat?" "Oh, not now, Jolene," Harold scolded his wife. We need to just get out of here. We'll be safe as long as we go somewhere cold. Everyone said that she follows heat, right? But we need heat in order to heat up some rooms so that we can properly get information and probably to search them. So heat will allow us to function, but it'll also attract that thing. That's the dynamic. Got it, Jolene? Yes, Harold, I have it. Do you have it? You're shaking and frightening me a bit. I'm the one who's frightened. Just let me work through it. Where did that woman say to go again? Harold asked. I believe it was the lounge, Jolene confirmed. All right, let's get over to the lounge and see what we can find. Upon Harold's and Jolene's entering into the lounge, someone greeted them. Ah, there you are, Detective. Have you found the perpetrator yet? No, of course not, Harold said. We're only just starting our investigation. Glad to hear it. Name's Harper Finch. I am a prosecuting attorney, she announced herself. I would certainly hate for you to go pointing the finger at someone without proper evidence. I myself have never put a person away without first having a comprehensive understanding of the crime at foot, and I duly knew that they were guilty before I pointed the finger. Is that so? Harold said. Well, before I go talking to you, I hope you don't mind if I secure some evidence that was pointed out to me. Harold began to look around the room, but he couldn't really see everything properly. Everything in the room was covered with a bite of frost. Everything had a small layer of white upon it, from being cold for so long, and having moisture cling to its surfaces. If you're hoping to search the room, Harper Finch said, I'm afraid it's not going to be possible until you light a fire. Don't worry, if you've lit a fire in another room, I'm certain it'll take the wife a moment to notice. Besides, if she's comfy and cozy, she won't want to leave that area. Harold agreed that she was making sense, and lit a fire in this room. Harper Finch didn't mind that at all, taking a moment to warm up her feathers in front of the fire. Almost a bit too immediately, some of the objects around the room began to thaw out, one of them being a break-action revolver. Harold immediately picked up the gun. He broke the gun open and looked into the cylinder. Nope, he said to his wife. This is not the murder weapon. How can you possibly know that, Harold? She asked. Harold pointed at the open cylinder. See this? All 6 shots, still not fired. If this was the murder weapon, I doubt the murderer would take time to reload the weapon before stashing it away somewhere. Not to mention it's sitting out in the open, which doesn't really lend to the idea of being a murder weapon. And, if you recall Chef Alba's words, she didn't hear a gunshot, so it's unlikely this thing was fired. You'd hear this thing all throughout the mansion. Harper Finch shook her head up and down. I agree. I didn't hear a gunshot either. And it's nearly guaranteed that if that was the murder weapon, it would probably still be loaded with the spent casing, or at least have some kind of indication that it had recently been fired. Harold then stashed the gun into his jacket pocket. No sense to leave it behind. So then, Mrs. Finch, let's talk with you for a moment. Where were you during the time of the murder? And, just so you know, someone has said that around that time you were here, speaking with Mr. Æthelgard. It is my statement that I can confirm I was located in the lounge at the time of the murder, at least the time I believe the murder took place, and before then I was speaking with Mr. Æthelgard. I can't tell you what we were speaking about. I am his attorney, after all, I'm afraid. That's attorney-client privilege. Harold pondered for a moment. I thought you said you were a prosecuting attorney. Why would Mr. Æthelgard need a prosecuting attorney? I have my own business, not just the business thrown to me by the state, she said proudly. And I am Mr. Æthelgard's legal counsel. That's all you need to know. He pays me good money, and I'm good at my job. And you stand nothing to gain from his death? I'm employed by a wealthy man. Unless he puts me in his will, or has me as the executor of his will, I don't gain anything from his death." Just then, an electronic voice chimed in. "Ah, yes, Harper Finch. My attorney." "I highly doubt Harper Finch killed me," said Mr. Aethelgard. "She stands too much to lose if she suddenly were to drop me as a client. I pay her handsomely." "Can you tell me what for?" said Harold. Suddenly, the device seemed to have a little bit of a hiccup. "I'm sorry, investigator, I cannot answer that. I am just a machine, and I protect attorney-client privilege even harder than the actual attorney does. I physically cannot say." With that, the tiny box was forced to go silent. "I hope you don't think that this secretive nature of mine means that I'm suspicious, Detective. You need to understand, attorneys have to protect their clients." "I get that," Harold said. "But you're still a suspect, as you were the last man to see him alive. Can you tell us where he went after he was in this room, if he was not with you during the time of his murder?" "Of course I can," Harper Finch confirmed. "He needed to grab a book for some reference material. We were discussing an important legal matter, so he said he would need a legal journal that is located in the library, just to straighten out some minor fringe laws that we were discussing." "All right then, in the interests of attorney-client privilege, I won't look into that too deeply. But I'll go ahead and track my way to the library." As Harold and Jolene moved back into the hall to make their way over towards the library, Harper Finch waved goodbye to them. "Best of luck, detectives, and remember to steer clear of the missus. She's in no right state of being, and in this current blizzard, there's no way for us to call for help." Harold shuddered at her words. "Yeah, you're telling me," he said as he and his wife continued on into the hallway. As Harold and Jolene walked through the bitter cold hallway, he heard a creaking door from behind him. Harold immediately about-faced to look at the door that was beginning to creak open. It was the kitchen door. That could mean only one thing. The fire inside the kitchen had gone out already. The log burned intensely, but did it really burn that fast? Harold thought to himself. The creature that was Eleanor Aethelgard crawled out on all 8 of her limbs, looking straight down at the ground as her tears fell upon the frozen floor, forming into small pieces of ice. She continuously wept as she dragged herself forward. Jolene, who had not yet seen the creature, gasped and made quite an awful racket as she stared at it for the first time. "Good heavens, Harold! What is that thing?" The extra noise startled the creature that immediately looked up and locked eyes with Harold. He had seen it before, but it was now seeing him for the first time. "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?" it said as it began to crawl its way towards the both of them. Even in its prone state, it was taller than both of them combined, and it filled the hallways with its immense body as it began to knock down paintings and truck its way through the corridors. "Did you seriously just make fucking noise right now?" Harold said, as he started to run down the hallway, practically dragging Jolene with him. "Slow down, Harold. I can't keep up." "Then don't keep up," Harold said as he practically picked up his wife and started to run as fast as he could. The floor was slick and slippery, the hard wood was frozen, and had a small layer of frost upon it, causing Harold's feet to slip, but still, he ran as fast as he could. Harold bolted past several different doors, not even bothering to read them. He made his way up the stairs to the 2nd floor, where he once again tried to bolt his way around a ring of rooms. He found one of the rooms that was least offensive, a small storage room, and then tucked himself and his wife inside. Once inside the storage closet, Harold and his wife Jolene began to correct themselves, straightening their clothing again, and Harold had a moment to catch his breath. He pulled out the small .22 pistol on his side, unloaded it, and threw it into his bag. "I need something more powerful, and luckily, I have something more powerful," he said, pulling out the break-action revolver. He checked the cylinder once again, confirmed that the bullets inside were very real. Then, he closed the gun and stuck it into his holster, in exchange for the .22. "Do you think that gun is really enough to slow down that creature, or even stop it completely?" Jolene asked. "I don't know," Harold said, "but I know I'd rather shoot at the dang thing than just let it approach me." "Ugh, that thing is nasty," Harold said as he shivered. "Oh, Harold," his wife consoled him. "I thought you had gotten over your fear of things like that by now. We're surrounded by nasty, horrid things," she said, shaking her hands. "It's different this time, Jolene. It's different. These aren't just things I can hit with a shovel. They're not... It's not a conscious, rational thing. It's different. It's just like your fear of guns." "Oh, Harold. My hoplophobia is for a very good reason. Guns can kill people." "And that thing can't?" Harold said. "It was crawling on the ground and was nearly hitting chandeliers. Who knows what it could do if it grabbed one of us?" "Well, I'm frightened of it too, Harold," said his wife. "Just not as extremely as you are," she said as he put the gun away into its holster. Harold started to look around the small supply room. There was, of course, a fireplace inside of it. The room wasn't always used for storage. It was used for other things as well, just not at this current time. "Harold, do you think we should search this room?" his wife asked. "Yeah, we probably should, but I don't really want to start a fire in here, so let's just search the room without it. It'll be harder, but I'm certain we can find something." Harold was correct on both accounts. The ridiculous stinging cold hurt their fingers to touch most objects. And it did in fact slow them down in their ability to search. However, Jolene managed to find a strange object sitting rather askew from all the other objects, simply out in the open. "What about this, Harold? Do you think this could potentially be a murder weapon?" "I do believe so," said Harold. "It has an odd quality to it. It's not like all the other objects in here that are kind of tucked away. It's kind of just sitting out in the open." Harold then reached for the handle and picked it up. It was a baseball bat with a sock on the end. Harold began to closely examine the bat and rotate it around. "No, this bat is not the murder weapon," he said as he placed the bat back into his wife's ownership. "Why do you say that, Harold?" she said, inspecting the bat. "Take a look at it. There's still a sock on it. When people put socks on the end of a baseball bat, it's used as a weapon, which would imply that maybe this was the murder weapon. But if that were the case, and it was used in a murder, you'd either get lucky and the sock would not fall off, or the opponent would not grab the sock off of the end of the bat. That's its purpose, after all, to give you one good swing after they grapple with the sock. Since that sock's not bloody, and it's on the end of the bat at all, I would say that bat is likely not the murder weapon." "Should I keep it with me, Harold?" she asked. "Well, you already have a .22 pistol," Harold confirmed, "but I'm keeping the big revolver," he said, showing off the .357 revolver that was currently hanging off of his belt. After spending some more time trying to search through the storage room and not finding much, they decided to risk it and go down to the library. It was difficult and slow. Harold insisted they not draw attention to themselves by tiptoeing their way back down to where the library was. As they made it to the entrance of the library, Harold closely inspected the door. It didn't look like anyone had been through it recently, but it was hard to tell. He twisted the knob and looked inside. No giant creature within. I wonder if she likely went back to a warm room. Jolene thought about it. They said that she frequents her room and the main courtyard, and will go back and forth between there. Yeah, Harold said, likely to grieve her husband, if that's where his body's lying. We don't have access to that, but I imagine she does. With that, Harold and his wife opened the door to the library, where a strange pumpkin-headed man was waiting to greet them. "Investigator Harold, I presume," said the pumpkin-headed admiral. "I am Admiral Marigold. It's nice to meet you, finally and proper. What can I do for you?" Harold cleared his throat. "So, you are Admiral Marigold. You were quite adamant back in the gazebo that you knew who exactly the killer was. Tell us, who do you think is the killer here, and why do you think that?" "Well, isn't it obvious?" said the Admiral. "It's very clearly the Mrs. Æthelgard herself. She is the one who wished to have something from her husband, and she clearly obtained it. Her husband wouldn't have given it to her otherwise, so clearly she murdered the man," said the Admiral. Harold shook his head up and down as his wife approached the Admiral. What exactly was it that she wanted from him, and what was it that would be worth killing her own husband for? The scarred-up pumpkin looked at the young woman in front of him. "Well, madam, I would certainly hate to speculate and tread upon your investigation, but if I were to answer that question, the Blightwood serum." "Blightwood?" said Harold. "Are you talking about the stuff that the Fae consider to be somewhat sacred?" "The very same," said the Admiral. "In the center of this manor, although the others would not dare tell you, though they know of it as well, lies a Blightwood tree. I was once tasked here to confirm its existence and secure it for the ownership of the Navy. But, well, the owner of the Blightwood tree, Mr. Æthelgard, barred me from going anywhere near it. I'm afraid my hands were rather tied during his life." "Is that so?" said Harold. "So he was an obstacle in your way of some kind?" "I know what you're getting at, Investigator Harold, and I can assure you I am not the murderer." The pumpkin-headed man looked left and right. "I am ashamed to admit it, but I do not deserve the rank of Admiral. I lied on several of the paperworks involving my promotions. I actually wasn't in several of the battles I claimed to be in, and I wasn't the mastermind behind several of the victories I claimed to be victorious to. Things just got out of hand. A little fib here and there from a younger version of myself. Although I fit the role, I became the man I pretended to be. If my lies were exposed, the Navy would almost certainly dishonorably discharge me, regardless of what I give them in return. An entire lifetime of service down the drain." "Ugh," the Admiral sighed. "I don't blame Mr. Æthelgard for it. He was only protecting his own interests, his family. The Blightwood tree makes him a handsome amount of money, after all. He blackmailed me and ensured that my lips would remain sealed. I reported back to the Navy that the rumor that the Blightwood tree perhaps had a branch in this location was all falsified, and with me on his constant payroll, always tugging at my strings through blackmail, he can keep the Navy at bay." "So you had every reason to kill Mr. Æthelgard, didn't you, Admiral Marigold?" "I know it seems that way," said the pumpkin-headed man, "but Mr. Æthelgard was a good man, and if it wasn't for the blackmail, I would easily call him a friend. But the others have just as much a reason to kill him as I do. But I do not suspect it was them. I suspect it to be his wife." "What a slice of baloney!" a small machine billowed out from the possession of Harold's wife. Jolene pulled up the small square and placed it down on the table in the library. "It's awfully cold in here, Harold. Would you mind if I lit the fire?" Harold looked around at his own freezing hands. "We have no choice but to do so. Go ahead. We'll vacate this room in a few minutes anyway." "What an absolute hawk of baloney," said Mr. Æthelgard through the small machine. "I have known my wife for a lot longer than I've known you, Admiral Marigold. I'd sooner believe you were the killer than her, Mr. Aethelgard, I've killed many men, some of whom with my own bare hands, and that is not a fabrication to further myself in my naval career. But you must admit, your wife was desperate to gain the serum created from the blightwood fruit. Blightwood fruit serum, Harold said. How about you stop pointing fingers for a moment and explain to me what this substance is? Very well then, said Mr. Aethelgard. In the center of my mansion, beyond the elevator which you don't currently have access to, is the central courtyard. The central courtyard contains, well, soil from when I first constructed the mansion. Goes all the way down, and resting within the central courtyard is a single branch of the blightwood tree, fallen from the heavens and embedded in the soil in this location. It put down roots and began growing fruit. As you probably are already aware, the Fae regard the blightwood tree as both a great blessing and a great curse. It is almost of religious significance to them. Jolene, after lighting the fire, rejoined the conversation. Harold, isn't the blightwood tree a real thing? Yes, Jolene, Harold confirmed, but we are in Fae territory, so they probably don't even flinch at talking about it. In fact, this entire storyline might be based on somewhat true events. So, the blightwood tree. Tell me about it. It is the place, Mr. Aethelgard continued, that Fae originate from. Some kind of twisted genetic amalgamation. And from its fruit, anything could burst forth. A person, a monster, and, of course, more likely, something in between. That is what the Fae are constantly living in. The fringes of neither here nor there. I've only known a few Fae in my life, barely speaking to perhaps a Fae-born. But from what I've heard, it isn't exactly a pleasant experience to be so different from the majority of the populace here on planet Theia. Humans tend to run the roost of most cities, and they're often rejected. But how are you making money off of the fruit if the Fae find them to be so sacred? Certainly they weren't purchasing them. They absolutely were, replied Mr. Aethelgard. Although they consider the fruit sacred, they don't claim any ownership over them. I was the one who claimed the land around the tree, and they respected that. They're oddly respectful when it comes to a person's personal possessions. They are, of course, libertarians at heart, anarcho-libertarians, but libertarians nonetheless. When they arrived at my doorstep, they simply requested ownership of the fruit, not ownership of the tree, although they did make a financial offer to me. They purchased any fruit that came off the tree, regardless of its current state, whether it was ripe or not. They requested that I sell them the fruit before they hatched. Why would they want the fruit before they hatched? Why not after? Because they could be monsters, replied Admiral Marigold, for the very reason the Navy wishes to obtain ownership of the blightwood tree, or at least some of its branches. If we could understand more about the fruit, we could mitigate the harm the fruit cause when they hatch. Of course, we in the Navy acknowledge the existence of the Fae-born. In fact, 3 of them are in this very building with us now. A serpent woman manning the kitchen, the reporter, and of course the lawyer, all of which probably trace their origins back to the blightwood tree itself. The Navy would never impose the idea that they are not people, but that tree harnesses the power of monsters, things that, frankly, are terrifying at nature, and if we could control it, well, the world would be a better place. I'll hear no more of that, replied Mr. Aethelgard. We both know the Fae would rather wipe my mansion off of the map over give it to the Navy. So it's not like the Navy could have possessed it anyway, even if you had told them. At this point, Harold had pulled out a pen and was writing things down on a small piece of paper he stuffed out of his pocket. Okay, At this point, we're getting off track. Now tell me, why did your wife want something from the Blightwood tree? What is it she wanted? When I came to live in this place, I knew the potential fortune I could accrue, said Mr. Ethelgard. And that meant I was a little hell-bent on securing it. I constructed a grand mansion, and we lived here all the time. Of course, I had plenty of wealth. I could provide my wife with whatever she wished. But one day, she grew ill. Her illness was progressing rapidly, and it was difficult to get a doctor up here. That year, the snow was particularly deep, and we were in the depths of winter, snowed into the mansion. We were certainly used to it, but this year we didn't have a doctor on staff, something I lament even to this day, even after my own passing. My wife had grown such desperately ill that I was seeking any possible remedy. I had heard from one of the Fae who visited my home to purchase some of the fruit that Blightwood fruit that have not yet begun to ripen could be squeezed for a serum, a healing serum capable of rebuilding the body, capable of fixing any wound, no matter how egregious. Of course, that serum can also be misused, and it's highly sought after by those seeking to do genetic research. The impossible quickly becomes possible with that serum. Likely one of the real reasons the Navy wishes to possess a Blightwood fruit tree. Admiral Marigold turned away in shame. I will not dignify that with a response, but I also cannot deny it. I gave my darling wife a serum I myself concocted in my own laboratory from one of the Blightwood fruits that I believed was not yet ripen. But I had not been around the tree for very long. I didn't understand the signs of ripening. It doesn't work like a normal fruit, after all, and what I had squeezed, unbeknownst to my knowledge, was actually a fruit that had already begun to weave the fabric of DNA. It had already begun to grow into a living being, and what I had squeezed was not a healing concoction. It was a mutagenic formula. Of the concoction, I only gave her a single small dose. It healed her, fixed what was wrong, certainly, but it also had disastrous consequences. At the injection site, in her right hand, a strange orifice appeared between her middle and ring finger. Her hand itself grew more claw-like, larger, her fingernails more pronounced. That hand was slightly longer than the other one, as well was her arm. The mutagenic process had taken over the arm almost entirely, and an esophagus formed from the palm of her hand, leading all the way into her stomach. Admiral Marigold interjected. I didn't know she was mutated so severely, he said. You likely wouldn't, replied Mr. Ethelgard. She always wore a glove over her right hand, and made efforts to always keep her hand bent in such a way that no one would notice one arm was larger than the other. After her mutation, slowly, she got better. Her health began to improve, and she lived life as normal. As far as I could tell, everything was right, but ever once in a while, occasionally, she would request more of the serum that had mutated her. I was astonished and aghast. She said she would settle for just the healing elixir, not the exact serum that had caused her mutation, but I could see in her eyes that she was after the mutagenic formula. I hid it away in a location she couldn't possibly find. And for many years, she simply went wanting. She let go of the request, but I could always see in her eyes that she continued to desire the formula. I restricted her access to any of the healing elixir, although the healing elixir I had created after my little blunder was certainly potent. I was afraid what it might do to her body now that foreign DNA was inside, if it would mutate her further or not. Clearly it has done so. I imagine shortly after my death, in her grief, she likely found her way to the laboratory, broke inside, and consumed the rest of the healing elixir I had in that location, probably believing it to be the mutagenic formula. But that substance is locked away, where she cannot find it. "And where would that location be?" asked Harold. The small device seemed to have a hiccup for a moment. "I'm sorry, investigator. I can't seem to answer that question. I know for a fact the key was on my person. So, if you find my body and the key on my body, then likely, yes, I can answer that question. But not at this time. Not under these current conditions." "Harold," interrupted his wife, Jolene. "Yes, darling. What is it, my love?" "Look here, Harold. There is a pool of red, here on this table and on the carpet, and trailing along. I believe it's blood." Harold's attention was piqued and interested. "Well, we were told that Mr. Ethelgard entered the library, so I would say that's likely where he was murdered." He looked at the trail of blood and the pool of it laying on the table. They weren't easily noticed before because of the frost, but the room had warmed up since then. Admiral Marigold looked at the pool of blood. "If I might offer my expertise, granted it is biased as I know I'm still a suspect, I believe that to be the pool of blood from a stab wound, specifically when the blade is pulled out." "I'm no forensics expert," said Harold, "but I would tend to agree with you. There is a large amount of blood here, and it's trailing in that direction, so that's likely where Mr. Ethelgard ran off to the central column of the entire mansion, from this room. So, Mr. Marigold, where were you during the time of the murder? I cannot help but notice that you are here in the library." "I understand how it looks," replies the Admiral. "But I am here because I am a dignified gentleman who enjoys reading. I was not here during the time of the murder. I was elsewhere." "Really?" said Harold. "And is there anyone who can corroborate your story?" "Yes, of course. I was with that ever-shifty-eyed fellow, Mayor Evergreen. Now that is a certainly suspicious man. We weren't exactly together during the time of the murder, so I cannot guarantee that he was not the killer. But where we were located, it would be certainly difficult for either one of us to be the killer. And if you can't clear his name, how am I supposed to believe you when you say that he can clear yours? What had you so detained?" "Why, he and I were immersed in a friendly game of billiards, of course. I was on the up and close to winning. He had said he left to use the restroom. If he would have come back at any moment, I certainly wouldn't have left the room to commit a murder, not when he could come back and say I wasn't there. As for why he left, well, that's his own personal business, I suppose." "All right," said Harold. "We have the location absolutely. Now we just have to figure out what object killed him, which it's looking like something sharp, something like a knife. And we have to figure out who did it. So far, only a handful of you have any semblance of an alibi, and I haven't interviewed you all, so I'm not quick to make any rash decisions at the moment. So for now, Admiral Marigold, definitely don't leave the mansion." "Well, I wouldn't dream of it," he said. "All right, darling," he said, turning to his wife. "Let's get out of here and speak to Mr. Mayor Evergreen. We should also check the kitchen, or any other location where sharp objects such as knives are typically stored. I imagine we'll find perhaps the murder weapon, or perhaps something missing from those areas to indicate what the murder weapon is. If Mayor Evergreen doesn't have anything useful, but can confirm that the Admiral was exactly where he says he was, we can also mark him down as potentially not a suspect." "Absolutely, Harold. That sounds like a good plan to me. Me, she said, looking behind Harold. Then she suddenly about-faced and ran away. "Darling, where are you going? What has given you a fright?" he said as he turned and looked up behind him. Looming over him was the 8-armed, 2-legged, crying Mrs. Ethelgard. still wrapped in tattered sheets and much larger than what a human being should be. She looked down at Harold. "Who are you?" she said through her tears. Admiral Marigold about-faced and ran away. Alaric Aethelgard tried to calm down his wife through the small talking box. "My darling, please, calm yourself. This man is here to help." But she smacked the box away. "Nothing more than memories. Painful memories," she said out loud as she grabbed Harold by the arms and drug him down to the floor. "Harold!" Jolene said as she turned back to see her husband on the floor with the strange woman on top of him. The strange umbilical cord, which protruded from her upper navel, drug across Harold's face as she pushed him lower. "What the hell is that thing?" he said, slapping the slimy appendage away. Before he could argue any further, she firmly grabbed his shoulders and forced him closer to the lower navel, which opened up as a gaping orifice leading directly into her body. "Oh God, no! No! My darling, quick! Grab your gun and shoot me in the head! Do it now, I have extra lives!" But Jolene had already started to panic and moved away from the creature. As she turned back, she saw that Harold was now gone. Not even his shoes remained. The woman then collapsed to the floor in a sobbing mess before scanning the room for anyone else who was still inside. Jolene, in a panic, ran out of the room and closed the door behind her. "Oh God! Harold! Harold!" she screamed as she ran down the hallways and exited the mansion completely. This wasn't the first time she'd seen her husband killed before her eyes. He had always reappeared in the center of town. That was the way this place worked, after all, as long as you had extra lives. But it didn't make the disappearance any more terrifying. She immediately ran back to the truck, got inside, and began the lonely drive, desperate, back to town to reunite with her husband, who was certainly there somewhere. Tears streamed down Jolene's face. She had made this drive a few times before, but this time was a little different. It wasn't any easier, and for some reason, she had a surreal feeling about this one. "Harold, I cannot do this without you. I can't escape this place without your help," she said to herself. She was thinking about the pumpkin-headed woman in the park. Her own husband had abandoned her to this Halloween-themed nightmare. Even with their child, nothing seemed to keep him to stay. Could Harold eventually grow weary of this place and abandon her just because it was easy? Certainly not, but the thoughts continued to linger. Jolene arrived back in town and went directly to the room where they were staying. She was hoping that perhaps Harold had already emerged back in town and was waiting for her in her room. However, when she opened the door, there was no one there. She paced back and forth inside the room, waiting for her husband to arrive. When the door finally began to make noises, someone on the other side jiggling the knob, Jolene immediately darted for it. It opened, and Harold emerged through the door. "Ugh! That was awful!" he said out loud. "Harold! Harold!" Jolene said, as she quickly threw her arms around her husband. "Oh, there you are, my love. Everything went black, and I woke up inside of a barrel of fish, of all things." Harold then opened up his jacket and checked his extra lives. One of them was blacked out and broken, no longer valid. He took the broken pendant off and threw it onto the table. "Well, looks like we'll be working for some extra lives, and then we'll go back to the mansion. We already know a lot, so I think we're making good progress on it." "Harold, I watched that woman. She did something to you. You were gone." "I'm well aware of what she did to me, darling, believe me. I was there to witness it. I got rather intimate with her navel." "Well, what was it like?" "I'd rather not reminisce on being trapped inside of a creature with many esophaguses leading to the same place. I was essentially trapped inside of a thing surrounded by Ugh! Harold gagged a bit, nearly vomiting. I'd rather not go through that again, darling. It's all right, Harold, his wife consoled him. Let's just not go back to the mansion. Not go back, he said. We don't have a choice, honey. That's the place we know the most about, and we're actually making good progress. We even are pretty close as to figuring out who the killer is, so if we're this close to beating the mansion, let's just go back and get it done and over with. This time, though, I'm going to take a lot more firewood, and we're going to have a plan. It took Harold and Jolene a couple of days to grind up the money necessary to go back to the mansion. Harold wanted to make certain that both he and his wife had at least 3 lives on them at all times. That way, they were assured to be safe when they would go back to town. In addition, Harold kept the revolver from the mansion. Despite the burning up of his extra life, the revolver stayed on his person. He was thankful for this, as the revolver was worth a little bit of money. He decided to keep it. It fit with the mansion's theme, and even inside the holster it was considered concealed. So, with the revolver just barely under his coat, he could go about the mansion with a heavier hitting weapon. As Harold and Jolene left once more to depart towards the mansion, Jolene happened to go past the park and look to see the woman watching her child. The woman lifted her arm and waved towards Jolene. What should have been a friendly gesture set chills down Jolene's spine. As Harold and Jolene arrived at the mansion, they noticed another vehicle parked in the snow, footprints leading away from it, and obvious signs that the person was carrying something heavy with them, likely firewood. Can we intrude upon someone else's questing inside the mansion? Harold asked himself out loud. Jolene answered her husband's question as best she could. I don't think there's any rules against it. We've seen other adventurers inside the corn maze, so why not here? Makes sense to me. They both began to approach the gazebo. They could hear a commotion inside. People were talking back and forth to each other. They recognized the canned dialogue, and they figured they would likely exit the gazebo soon. Harold and his wife waited to see who would come out. A familiar cast of characters walked out of the gazebo. They waved at Harold and his wife and began voicing their canned dialogue to invite them into the mansion. But Harold ignored what they were saying. Instead, he paid attention to the snow. 6 distinct footprints leading from the gazebo towards the mansion, but no footprints to be seen leading back to the gazebo. In fact, it was as if this was the first time they were tracked upon the path. Something about this place was so deeply unsettling to Harold. Something not quite right, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Of course, that wasn't saying much considering the entire town was designed from the brick by brick to be a little bit unsettling. Just then, a woman exited the gazebo. She was carrying the small device that spoke as Mr. Aethelgard. She was paying more attention to it than she was to her surroundings, and when she looked up, Harold and Jolene gave her a bit of a fright. Oh, good heavens! 1,000 pardons. I confess I was quite lost in my contemplations, and entirely failed to perceive your approach. You must forgive my wool-gathering. Tell me, sir, and madam, might I inquire if you too have been charged with the investigation of the Aethelgard manor? It would seem we are bound for the same intriguing, if unsettling, destination. 2 more investigators, chimed Mr. Aethelgard. Excellent. We'll be able to get to the bottom of this much faster. Hurry now, all of you into the manor. Oh my, we simply must get to know each other, Jolene said as she immediately took the strange adventurer's side. Look, Harold, a woman of refinement and sophistication. Oh, lovely, Harold said. 2 more women who speak above their class. Ugh, Harold, I would never do such a thing. I am a woman of the highest class. Oh, yes, and quite humble as well, Harold said as it began to walk towards the mansion. Just before Harold walked inside the mansion, he looked back again. There, on a tree branch, was standing the same crow, always the same crow, about the same size as a person, standing and watching him. "Nevermore," quoth the raven. Harold took a deep breath before stepping inside the mansion. 'Tis a reference, and nothing more. When Harold walked back into the mansion, his wife was speaking with the woman. "Harold, this is Florence. Florence, this is my husband Harold." "Hello," Harold greeted. "I take it you're an adventurer?" "Most assuredly. I am Florence, as your wife has already introduced me. And I have taken to the life of an adventurer. It was the rumors of strange disappearances and particular happenings plaguing this entire area that first drew me to these strange fey lands. To find myself so deep in fey territory, while undoubtedly perilous, I find this new landscape wonderfully fruitful, and I fully intend upon accommodating myself with the valuable treasures before I depart." "So, you're the typical adventurer," Harold said, "squeezing the entire world for all it's got. I don't blame you. Technically, me and my wife are adventurers now too. We did sign up at the guild, but I don't think we'll continue to be adventurers after we leave this place." The woman shook her head in understanding. "Have you done this little manor quest before?" The woman replied that she did not. "Well, we've about finished it ourselves. I think a good distraction will be to go to one of the places we've already searched, load it up with firewood, and then continue where we left off, in the library. My darling, why don't you two go off to the library? I'll load up probably the kitchen with lots of firewood. Hopefully that'll distract the missus long enough for us to finish the quest. I think we're fairly close to finishing it." As he and his wife separated paths in the frigid hallways, Harold walked to what he thought was the kitchen. It was funny. Harold could have swore the kitchen was just a room over. It seems to have moved places. But he disregarded it. Perhaps his memory was faulty, and he walked into the kitchen anyway. As Harold walked into the kitchen, he saw the avian woman sitting on one of the counters. "Freezing in here, isn't it, investigator? The name's Harper Finch. I'm a prosecuting attorney." "I know that," said Harold. "Ah, you've done your research on me. I see. Not that I can blame you. As a prosecuting attorney, I bet you and I have probably worked together before. Perhaps we just don't recognize each other." Harold raised an eyebrow for a moment at the canned dialogue. He loaded up one of the furnaces with as much wood as he could. The small slips of wood in his pouch acted like full-blown logs, burning hot for a long period of time. He filled the furnace with as much wood as he could, in the hopes of keeping this place as warm as possible. Then he would simply depart it and head back over to the library. "What an excellent idea," Harper Finch said. "With this place warmed up, it'll be easier to look for clues." Just then, something caught the corner of Harold's eye, sitting upon the counter. "That's funny," Harold said, as he picked up the revolver. "I don't recall there being a revolver here last time, and I searched the kitchen before." Harold then pulled out the other revolver from his holster, checking it against the revolver he had just found. Harold inspected the revolver he found in the kitchen, broke it open, and found that all of the bullets were in place. Not a single one of them had been fired. When he put it back together, he inspected it closely. It wasn't just a duplicate of his own revolver that he had also gotten from this mansion. It was exactly the same, all the way down to its wooden grips. These revolvers were clones of one another. "What are you thinking, Detective?" asked Harper Finch. "Did you find some kind of clue?" Harold didn't know what to say, nor did he wish to stay in the room any longer, so he exited. He figured he better get out of there before the missus showed up again. That was one woman Harold had no intention of crossing paths with again, if it could be avoided. He quickly made his way over to what he thought was the library, but as he walked, he found the library wasn't there. "Well, dang, where is it?" he said to himself, as he made a complete loop of the circular building. "Was it on the first floor, or the second?" Harold said to himself. Harold swiftly made his way up the stairs and found the second floor. From there, he began to circle around the circular closed-off courtyard, until he finally found a door that was labeled library. "I'm fairly certain this is not where it was," he said to himself as he walked through the opening of the door. As Harold made his way to the other side of the door, one of the colorful characters was making his case towards his wife, Jolene, and the adventurer woman, Miss Florence. "And you see, ladies, honesty and integrity are a core principle in my administration. For that reason, I think we can all conclude that I am in no way possibly the murderer, the perpetrator of this heinous crime, and I am certain that justice will come down swiftly upon the head of whoever committed this heinous act." Yeah, Harold said to the wooden man. "Could you just pause it for a moment there, Pinocchio? My darling, have you noticed anything odd about this place?" "Oh, yes, I have, Harold. Take a look over here," she said, pointing to a familiar spot of the library. Harold looked over, and he found no pool of blood. Before, there was a large pool of blood, suspected to be the result of someone getting stabbed with a sharp and pointy instrument. But now, there was no blood at all. "I assure you, there would be no blood here. I myself was inside of this library during the time of the murder. I saw no ill-intended people running about. I was here the entire time. Why, I was reading on our rights and liberties, so that my administration can properly—" Yeah, I got it, buddy," Harold interrupted him. "This is certainly strange, darling," Harold said to his wife. "We were just here, and I could have swore—" "Wait a minute," Harold interrupted himself. "Mayor Evergreen, is it?" "Why, of course, yes. I am the illustrious Mayor Evergreen. Yeah, you don't have to start talking that much. Weren't you in the billiard hall during the time of the murder?" "Oh, no," said Mayor Evergreen. "I was nowhere near the billiard hall. I don't play much of the sports myself. See, I'm far too busy trying to lead a strong community guidance." "But you were spending time with the Admiral, right?" Harold said, lifting an eyebrow. "Oh, no. I was here in the library, deep in thought. I was amongst the tomes and the pages. I'm afraid the only person that can vouch for me is the chef who served me a tall drink of water while I was here in the library." "The chef can vouch for you?" Harold said to himself. "Wait a minute, I thought the chef was somewhere else, and—" Harold then allowed his mind to track back to the footprints in the snow. 6 sets of footprints from 6 colorful characters. The mayor left tiny footprints, like the leg of a table or a chair. The Admiral had big stomping boots. Of course, the fox left paw prints. The avian woman left bird-like footprints. The snake woman tramped about with large lizard-like feet. And Mr. Mulberry glided about in his business attire loafers. They all left obviously noticeable tracks in the snow, but when they would make their way out of the gazebo, they would only ever leave tracks going towards the mansion. At no point in time has Harold ever seen any other tracks. In fact, the snow outside looks completely pristine. Impossible considering how often they were tramping about the outside of the mansion. That coupled with the missing stain of blood, the moving rooms, it had finally dawned on Harold. "Oh, God," he said to himself. "Whatever could be ailing you?" asked Florence. "I just realized what this is. It's an investigation game to try and solve a murder." "Well, yes, Harold," repeated his wife. "That's what we've been doing this entire time." Harold then wiped his brow. "No, you don't understand. All of the assets that the game is made out of jumble around every time we leave the manor." "What?" asked Jolene. "What are you talking about, Harold?" "I have a pretty good feeling about this. Just come with me," said Harold. Harold guided the two women out of the mansion, and all the way back to their two waiting vehicles. They waited for a moment, and then began to make their way back towards the mansion. If I'm correct, we should see, just then, the curtains of the gazebo opened up, and 6 colorful characters began walking through the snow. One of them turned towards Harold and waved its arms. "I'll be waiting to see you inside to get to the bottom of this, Mr. Investigator," the pumpkin-headed man said to Harold. Harold realized the grisly truth, as did Jolene, and the woman with them. This was a mystery that was going to constantly reset itself, and any time they messed up or left, it would just jumble back and start all over again, causing them to have to restart their investigation. "Oh, God," said Harold. "I don't know if I can do this over and over again." "Oh, come now, Harold," retorted his wife. "It isn't that bad. We'll eventually make it through, we'll solve the mystery, and we'll move on. We were told that this would be easier than the corn maze, after all." "Easier," said Harold. "Did you not pay attention to that thing that grabbed me? That was terrifying." "Harold," she snapped at him, "I was just as scared as you were. And I had to watch it devour you as I ran for my own life. That was incredibly hard for me, Harold." "Hard for you?" snapped Harold. "I'm the one that got eaten. And then I was trapped inside of a place with lots of..." Ugh. Harold nearly threw up in his mouth again. Lady Florence then interrupted Harold and his wife. "A moment, I implore you. Let us hold our tongues. While the lure of this fey realm is strong, my dear companions, perhaps we should first return indoors and collect our wits. There is no need for such haste. We must ascertain what elements in this particular investigation remain constant. It is simply not feasible that they would employ an infinite number of combinations to bar our progress. Surely any such endeavor relies upon but a handful of preset arrangements, does it not?" "I get what you're saying," says Harold. "We really don't have the firewood to just constantly try to spam full-blown investigations. So why don't we just pick segments of the investigation to focus on, hyper-focus on, each and every time we go in there. Then we come back out and reset everything. I should have enough wood for us to do that with each individual suspect, and even for us to have time to maybe find some of the murder weapons and stuff. If we can figure out the obvious signs for what weapon was used and which person is obviously guilty, then perhaps we could just solve the thing real quick. Break the whole thing down and there wouldn't even be a puzzle." "That sounds like a plan to me, Harold. I guess I'm ready to follow your lead when you're ready." "I'm ready now," Harold said. As Harold began to take a deep breath and prepare to walk back into the mansion, he looked back. Quoth the raven was still sitting on a tree branch, watching him. Quoth the raven, "Nevermore," it repeated. Harold did not say anything this time, and simply proceeded into the mansion. Harold this time entered the mansion with a plan. As he shuddered in the freezing cold air, something he had a hard time getting used to every time he walked into the mansion or left a room, he opened up his bag and looked inside. The various logs piled up in the bottom of the bag were small, only about the size of about half a foot and an inch in diameter. They looked more like children's toys than actual logs, but each stick of wood burned for minutes and minutes at a time, something that should be impossible. I think we get about 10 minutes of actual good heat out of each one of these, enough to heat up a room. I say we throw all of these into one room with no one in it, and then try to question someone in another room. I say Admiral Marigold is first. What do you think, darling? I agree, Harold. He pointed at the woman with them. What do you think? I concur, she said. Florence bravely ran off to stoke one of the fireplaces with as much firewood as she could fit inside of it, to give them as much time as possible. She lit the fire strategically so that only one stick would burn at a time, one after another. Harold and his wife Jolene cornered Admiral Marigold inside the conservatory to begin to question him, more so than just about this murder, but about everything they could possibly ask. Admiral Marigold was a sham of a man. In his youth, he lied, cheated, stole, pretended to be things he wasn't, to allow himself to rank up in the forces of the Navy. He did this to avoid combat roles, to avoid moments of valor and bravery. However, his efforts were sometimes in vain, and occasionally he did have to fight alongside his fellow soldiers. In these moments of combat, that is when manhood first began to plant its seeds within him, and eventually he grew into the man he was pretending to be. Now ashamed of his past actions, he had a dark past that could easily have him annexed from the Navy completely, shunned by his fellow officers. He wanted to avoid this with all his might, and came to the Ethelgard Manor to secure a rumor, the Blightwood tree. The Navy was heavily after the Blightwood fruit itself. Those fruit were able to be squeezed to perform a healing elixir that could easily mend wounded soldiers, not to mention the genetic research capabilities of having Blightwood fruit under study. They could fully comprehend some of the monsters of Theia that emerge, and be prepared for when the larger ones rear their ugly heads. Unfortunately, Mr. Ethelgard is a crafty and clever man. He managed to find out the dark past of Admiral Marigold and blackmail him. Well, although he came to the manor in order to secure the Navy, their great fortune, and great amounts of research, he failed in doing so, and now plays a distractionary role to prevent the Navy from coming anywhere near. The reporter Cherry was next, Cherry being nothing more than a nom de plume for her actual name, Velvet. On the surface, Cherry was a person of high integrity, journalism being her passion, and the truth being her ultimate dedication. Going for stories both large and small, never being afraid to write about those who had done wrong, and hold up those who had done right. But in that lay the seeds of her own destruction. Bearing witness firsthand the suffering of others, poor children left out in the snow, orphanages closed, and all those in desperate situation with great need. She also bore witness to those with extravagant wealth, those who lay upon beds of gold every night, yet were not on the moral high compass. She attempted to write about those, expose their wrongdoing, but then an offer was made, coin in exchange for silence. Of course it was against her journalistic integrity, but the coin was not offered to her. It was offered to those who go wanting every night, those with no food on the table, children who must suffer through the cold. With the coin offered to them, she had no choice but to accept. Over time, her journalism went from red to yellow. Now she forgoes certain stories about certain powerful people in exchange for coin. She capitalizes on those who have done right, yes, but overwhelmingly ignores those who have done wrong. When she had come to the Ethelgard Manor, she did so under the idea that she would receive a payment from Mr. Ethelgard for not exposing his access to Fey technology and the connection with the Blightwood tree. Instead, he managed to turn the tables around. Using her own dark past, he managed to convince her to ensure that nothing would ever be written about the Æthelgard Manor. And she was an informant for him, letting him know when certain entities were moving against him. Mayor Evergreen was the favored pet politician of the local city that was nearby where Æthelgard lived. Of course, he wasn't much to speak of as a man himself, but he was beloved by the community, beloved by the shadowy forces of the illegal underground, and beloved by the political elite alike, for one simple fact: he only ever enforced small laws, and only on the small people of the local community, demanding justice and order for those who would commit petty crimes, such as the stealing of a wallet, the random stabbing upon public transit, or the act of inhumane treatment of one's own spouse or wife. On that ground, he was a virtuous and benevolent man. But upon peeling back even the first layer and looking deeper beyond the surface, Mayor Evergreen was nothing more than a corrupt politician, easily accepting payments from powerful groups and shadowy figures in order to make certain things happen, always with the one condition that his city remain clean, no litter, no obvious signs of crime. The corruption had to be deep, never at the surface layer. That was one of the reasons he was so beloved by both mafia toughs and the local community. As far as anyone could tell, a city run by him was a city that was clean, nice, and safe. It was only when you peeled back the first few layers that you began to see the ugly truth beneath. It was through Mayor Evergreen that Mr. Æthelgard's Fey technology could be distributed to the populace. Only with him turning a blind eye could compressed shipments of drugs and high-technology weapons be distributed amongst the populace. Without Mayor Evergreen, it was almost inevitable that Mr. Æthelgard's supply line of various Fey technologies would eventually be found out by forces such as the Navy or the Humanitarian Legion. To prevent this, Mayor Evergreen was blackmailed by Mr. Æthelgard. Æthelgard had somehow found out everything, every cross-double dealing, everything that Mr. Evergreen had ever done, arranging it in a secret journal and holding it above Evergreen's head to make him play Mr. Æthelgard's twisted dance, for no money lining his pocket. The next person to be thoroughly examined was Harper Finch. She was a prudent prosecuting attorney who seemed, at first, to be on the up and up, on the side of justice, prosecuting those who had done wrong and ensuring that due process was served. It was her own sense of righteous justice that was ultimately her own undoing. Several men had been put behind bars, and Harper Finch knew they were guilty. She just had difficulty proving it. Evidence was planted, witnesses were tampered with, and testimonies were thrown out that should have been held as valid. Ultimately, she put the men away, and felt herself to be the righteous seeker of truth and justice. But inevitably, she found the proper evidence to prove even to herself that the men she had put away were innocent, and other perpetrators of the crime had certainly committed the horrible act. She had to let them escape scot-free, and keep the men who were innocent in jail to cover her own tracks. One evening, as she sat winding down for the day in her office, expecting this dark chapter of history to be in the past and behind her, Mr. Æthelgard darkened her skies. He laid a pile of paperwork down on her table, everything he needed to prove that she had done what she did. All he wanted was legal counsel. He was happy to compensate her. But he needed certain things pulled, certain strings cut. He needed things to be done in an unlawful manner to ensure that peace and prosperity would always be upon the Æthelgard Manor, and that him and his family would be left alone. She begrudgingly agreed. Chef Alba was nothing more than a small-time young chef, with stars in her eyes and hopes and dreams for the future. Of course, she came to work at the Æthelgard Manor, as he was offering a rather hefty sum to be a stay-in cook that would manage all the various meals around the home, and would be, of course, a caterer to events. She had the capacity to hire on certain staff, but never found them necessary, as she was more than capable of handling a large workload. Her dreams and ambitions, however, go beyond just catering to the personal whims of a single rich man. She wanted to open up her own restaurant, and to that end she began saving money. It was when Mr. Æthelgard began experimenting with the blightwood fruit that large slabs of meat began appearing and disappearing out of the laboratory. These pieces of animal byproduct were the result of Mr. Æthelgard's genetic experimentation in order to cure his wife's illness. The large slabs of meat, however, were high in protein, perfectly delectable and safe to consume once cooked, but certainly unnerving to consume them for the masses. Chef Alba saw the possibilities. Rather than allowing the slabs of meat to go to the incinerator as they should, she took them to the kitchen instead, absconding with them. She managed to sell them off for a profit and was beginning to develop a large sum of savings in order to one day go out and form her own restaurant. Mr. Æthelgard knew the entire time. He was always watching from the shadows, always taking stock of what was inside of his laboratory. When it was finally time for Chef Alba, she believed, to go off on her own and hand in her resignation, that was when Mr. Æthelgard revealed the grisly truth. It was not unheard of for the people of Theia to consume things that were ordinarily seen as vulgar or distasteful. Varmint, rats, and the like. Even creatures that have a foul smell about them. Even mutated creatures from the wastelands such as monsters and the like. All of these things were to be consumed. But for a chef to lie about what she is feeding her customers, that was sin of one of the highest orders, and she would certainly be shunned from any culinary community. Mr. Æthelgard used this information as blackmail, not only to keep her on staff, but keep her loyalty, to ensure that she never loosened her lips about the existence of what was going on inside the Æthelgard manor. And lastly, was the mysterious and macabre Mr. Mulberry. Unlike the others, he had no such grisly past. Everything was as straight as an arrow, if that arrow was pointed into the deepest well of disturbed and macabre imagery. He was nothing more than a weirdo who liked to make dolls. Harold, Jolene, and their new-found friend, Lady Florence, had learned this information over the course of nearly 25 resets. They got as much information as they could. Then, when they had exhausted all 6 potential candidates for the murder, they simply left the manor home and allowed it to reset. Then they would walk back inside and question them again. Certain details of their stories would always change. Not everything was exactly so. They didn't know if they could contribute this to poor acting method, or if one of them was attempting to masquerade guilt. What they were able to figure out, however, was all the motives for the potential murders. I must say, my newfound friends, I feel as though we are making quite good progress. Yes, I would agree with that, said Harold. However, it looks like we've burned up all of our daylight hours. We can keep doing this all night. I don't think this quest is daylight dependent, but I'm tired. What do you say, darling? Go back home for tonight, and then come back here to try and crack this open tomorrow? Harold, don't call this place our home. I would certainly agree with that, said Lady Florence. I'll be seeing both of you tomorrow. Say at the crack of dawn? Yeah, I can go with that, said Harold. On the drive back to town where they were staying, Jolene pulled out a notebook. I've been reviewing some things, Harold. I've managed to figure out the ways we can indicate for each murder weapon and whether or not it was the weapon used. Oh, you did, said Harold. I wasn't even paying attention to that while we were trying to figure out the motives. Go ahead and lay it on me, he said. Of all the objects that we happen across inside the mansion, only 6 of them are ever used as weapons. Is that so, darling? What 6 would that be? 1 is a candlestick, a revolver, a rope, a dagger, a wrench, and a baseball bat with a sock on the end. I've also been paying attention to how to discern which weapon was actually used in the murder. "Oh, how have you? Let me hear it," he said as he turned the wheel. "The candlestick will be bent, Harold. The revolver will have a spent casing. The rope is tied up in a knot, but not a knot for strangling someone, so if it is used as a weapon, it will be untied. The dagger will have blood on it. The wrench will have some pieces of clothing or hair stuck inside of its mechanism, and the sock bat will be missing its sock." "That's some good work, my darling," Harold said. "We'll have to share that information with Lady Florence, assuming she doesn't already know. She is an adventurer, after all. It's probably so common for her to look at those things that she probably didn't even think of sharing it with us." "Perhaps, Harold. But as you can see, I have my uses too." "Of course, darling. No one said you didn't." That night, as Harold and Jolene were sleeping in their bed, Jolene found herself waking in the middle of the night. She gazed outside of the window at the Halloween-themed town. She had been calling this place home so long, it felt like an entire second life. She compared it to the life they had before. Harold had had a job, but he was almost certainly fired from it now. And the two of them would almost certainly be on some kind of missing person list, and presumed dead by now. She wondered if her mother was worried about her. They had planned on going to visit her and, obviously, had not met up at the meeting place that they had agreed upon. Theia itself was a dangerous world, and people were known to go missing from time to time. They were just two more drops in a very large bucket. The final thoughts racing through her mind before she forced herself to go back to bed were of the strange pumpkin-headed woman sitting in the park. Could she end up just as that woman was? Certainly it would be easier for Harold to make it through these various adventures if he had done so alone. When a woman's struggles become too much for her, she has a tendency to lean on the men in her life. But what do men do when their struggles get too much? She knew all too well what the answer was. Men that found difficulty in their struggles had a tendency to simply leave and find new struggles to battle. If that was the case, could Harold actually walk out on her? These plaguing thoughts were certainly unnerving, unwelcomed, and unfounded. And yet, Jolene had a difficult time driving them from her mind. They always seemed to well up again, just as she would dismiss them. The next day, the married couple found themselves in front of the mansion once more, standing in the snow. Lady Florence was waiting for them. "Oh, what fortune! You two have arrived." "Yes, indeed," said Harold. "It's only been, what, maybe 3 days since we started trying to crack open this mansion? Maybe a little bit longer if you're counting the time it took us to prepare. But we're already about to solve it. I feel like we're this close," Harold said, holding up 2 fingers. "Let's begin to go inside and solve the case. This time we'll play the game for real." Harold looked over at the 6 colorful characters leaving the gazebo and preparing to walk inside of the mansion. "Hello, everyone," he said, waving to them. "I'll be in shortly. The investigators have arrived," he said proudly. He remembered that participation was 90% of everything in this place. He looked back right before he walked into the mansion. Quoth was standing there on a branch, still staring at him. Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." "Yes, yes, nevermore, you silly bird." Now inside the mansion, Harold pulled up his bag with a healthy amount of firewood and began strategically lighting fires around the mansion. "Spread out and look for clues, everyone, and question our suspects. Let's get to the bottom of this quickly." Jolene's keen eyes quickly discovered the improperly tied length of rope, which meant that it was likely used as the murder weapon. Lady Florence had discovered signs of a struggle inside the second storage room. And when Harold went to question all the various suspects, it was only Lady Cherry that could not account for where she was during the time of the murder. At long last, it felt like they had everything they needed to solve the mystery. Harold smiled with a confident expression. "I've got it," Harold said. "It was you, Cherry. You are the one who killed Mr. Aethelgard. You did so in the second storage room, with the length of rope." Harold thought that this would come with some kind of applause, or perhaps a dramatic scene, some kind of acknowledgement of their good detective work. Instead, it came with a white, blinding light as intense as 1,000 suns, as the actual named Velvet, Cherry, the reporter, pulled up her camera and pushed the flash button as hard as she could, causing it to blind everyone in the room. "I had no choice," she said as she ran away. "All I'd sacrificed only for him to give it all away." Just like that, she darted behind what appeared to be a secret opening, her fox-like attributes allowing her to squeeze through small spaces. Harold looked at the vent that she had crawled through. "What are we supposed to do now?" he said, looking at the vent. Florence pulled out her pistol from its holster. "Now, I do believe we are on the hunt." Harold did the same, pulling out the revolver he'd snagged from his various visits to the mansion. Nearly every time they walked inside, he made certain to grasp one of the revolvers, along with some of the other weapons that he knew would fetch a good price. His wife, Jolene, pulled out her revolver as well. "All right," said Harold. "Let's go hunt a fox," he said confidently. Just then, he heard a rustling down the hall, someone charging through. "I'm guessing that's not the fox," he said out loud as he peered down the hall. "I knew it was one of you. I knew it was one of you." Lenore Aethelgard was no longer just slinking around down the halls. She was now charging at full speed, even if it was a crawling speed. "Oh, hell no," Harold said as he hid inside of one of the rooms to await for Lenore to pass by. "My darling, I do believe this just got more difficult. I think Mrs. Aethelgard's motions are changed now that we're in the actual accusation phase." "Yes, I would say you're correct on that," said Jolene. They tried hard to apprehend Cherry, but she only stayed in the room for a few moments before darting back into the vents and running off to another room. As Harold, Jolene, and Lady Florence went running after her, eventually, Mrs. Aethelgard managed to catch up to all three of them, and they were a bit pinned in a corner. They still had an exit, but it was awkward and difficult to escape. Jolene's leg was grabbed. "Harold! Harold! She's got me! She's got me, Harold!" Jolene said as she tried to crawl along the ground. Harold looked back at his wife as she was beginning to be dragged underneath Mrs. Aethelgard, just as he was before. "Ugh! Sorry, honey. You have an extra life. I'll pick you up in town." "Harold! Harold, you cannot be serious, Harold!" With that, Jolene watched as Mrs. Aethelgard rolled her over and began to awkwardly position herself over top of the woman. "Harold!" she shouted one last time before Harold darted down a hallway. "He left me. He actually left me," she said to herself as Mrs. Aethelgard began grabbing Jolene's legs and sliding them inside of one of her navels. "I'm gonna kill him." Jolene was quite literally trapped within the belly of the beast, and when her struggling died down, she looked around at her surroundings. "Well, this is certainly terrifying, but I still say that Harold is blowing it out of proportion a bit." Eventually, Jolene's eyes were forced to close. When they opened up again, she was laying inside of a dumpster in town. "Oh, not again," she said, as she burst free of the dumpster. Disgusting! Disgusting! She didn't know who she was scalding, but she was certainly upset with somebody. When she finally crawled out of the dumpster and was now again on her feet, she was looking for someone to blame for her indignity. She marched straight home, where she found Harold waiting for her. "You left me to that awful creature," she said as she burst through the door. "You left me too," Harold said. "You recall when she ate me? You ran away." "Well, what was I supposed to do, Harold? I can't properly save you. I'm a woman." "I can't fight that thing. It's twice the size of me while crawling on its hands and knees, which it has 8 of." "You truly are ridiculous, Harold. What kind of man abandons his own wife?" "What kind of wife abandons her own husband?" Harold retorted. "And it's not like you weren't going to reappear. I knew you had extra lives, and you knew I had extra lives. We're not actually abandoning each other." "You have that gun thing you love so much, Harold. Why didn't you shoot at her? Not even once." "She's over top of you. You want me to fire a gun on a creature that is directly over top of you?" "Well, no, Harold. You might hit me, but still, you could have done something." "I did do something, my love. Every time we went through the mansion, I grabbed anything that wasn't nailed down. A gun, a baseball bat, any item I could take out of the mansion, and I stashed it in our truck. I've been selling them off to accrue funds so that I could afford something like this." Harold then presented a small acrylic heart in his hand. It was one of the tokens that qualified for an extra life. "See? You burnt up one of your 3 extra lives, and I have managed to accrue another one immediately. It's not even that big a deal." "Not a big deal? It would have certainly been a big deal if you were the one consumed." Harold then shuddered. "Yes, but that's because of the place I would be. Please don't say it out loud." "Oh, honestly, Harold, you make fun of my phobia while having an even more ridiculous one yourself. I was trapped inside of a stomach, surrounded by fleshy holes connecting to many chambers and esophaguses all throughout that creature." It was at this time that Harold suddenly vomited onto the ground. "Oh, good heavens!" his wife screamed. With the tossing of Harold's last meal, they agreed to stop arguing for the time being. Lady Florence had also agreed to take a break from the mansion for a bit. All of them needed to work hard to reaccrue their funds and build up a new supply of firewood. The mansion operating on firewood made it an expensive endeavor and difficult to operate in if you didn't have the firewood to warm up each room. The 3 of them agreed that they would take some time off to reaccrue supplies. They would have to go to the manor all over again and figure out how each character fought when they were the killer. Some kind of end-of-game boss fight to bar them from their progress. Harold had managed to note that Cherry seemed to favor Vince, and had a camera whose flash would physically burn your eyes. This meant that she could easily blind you and escape. But that was not necessarily the full extent of her abilities. After a day or two, they regathered in front of the mansion. Harold noticed Quoth sitting on a branch far away. Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Harold became a little frustrated. Yeah, nevermore, nevermore, nevermore. You never say anything else, do you? Do you even do anything?" he said to the bird as it stared back at him. "Harold, don't yell at the darling little bird." "Little?" Harold questioned his wife. The 3 of them ran through the mansion as fast as they physically could to deduce who the murderer was. When it turned out to be Mayor Evergreen, and Harold and Jolene accused the puppet mayor, he suddenly began to run off. His wooden arms and legs, skinny as they were, flailed about in quite the comedic fashion. Harold would have found it funny, if it wasn't for the fact that every time he managed to step into a new room, wooden Secret Service agents would suddenly pop out of the furniture to attack Harold and Jolene. If he was able to have his way and run about the mansion unimpeded, eventually they would become overwhelmed. Harold and Jolene were forced to leave the mansion and cause a reset. Their adventurer friend Florence found it easy to fight off the Secret Service agents, but Harold and Jolene were certainly not combat experts. After that reset, the murderer became Harper Finch. Harold had managed to find all of the clues himself for pointing at Harper Finch and accusing her. While he waited with bated breath for his wife and Lady Florence to find all the other collectible items and move them outside, he pondered something humorous to say. As soon as his wife and Lady Florence gave the all clear, Harold was able to take the room's attention. "It was you, Miss Harper Finch," he said, playing along. "You committed this murder most foul." At the sound of Harold's distasteful pun, he was suddenly met with the bottoms of the bird woman's talons as she began clawing his face off. That was not only a reset, but a loss of one of Harold's extra lives. It is notable, however, that this sudden attack is not typically how Harper Finch does her boss fight. Normally, she simply runs from room to room and uses her mimicry of other people's voices to promote Lady Ethelgard to move towards the investigator. Chef Alba threw kitchen knives and other various cookware with impressive force, and Admiral Marigold held his ground firm with a full-auto machine gun. It was Mr. Mulberry that had managed to overwhelm all three of them, including the Lady Adventurer Florence. He brought dolls to life and easily filled the manor with both baby dolls and humanoid life-size dolls alike. Harold had warned his wife that some of them looked like real dolls to him, but his wife hardly understood what he was saying. Jolene made an easy target for Mr. Mulberry, as she had a profound love of dolls already, and rather than assisting in the struggle and the fight, she simply picked up the baby dolls one at a time and held them in her arms. The three of them were overwhelmed by the living dolls, and one by one, strange masks were pulled out and applied to their faces. Harold screamed as he saw the inside of the strange doll mask that the man was attempting to apply. The inside of it was covered in octopus-like suckers, something that Harold was not a fan of. When it attached to his face, a tendril shot down his throat. Harold, Jolene, and their newfound friend, the adventurer Lady Florence, awoke inside of a toy store that was deep inside of the heart of the Halloween-themed town. Upon Harold's awakening, he immediately realized the mask was still attached to his face, where his hands reached up and attempted to pry the mask free. When he threw it to the ground, he nearly screamed. "Oh my God, I hate that mansion so much," he said, looking at the broken mask that was now laying upon the ground. It oozed some kind of liquid out of it, and the suckers began to stop moving. "Oh, I don't think it's that bad," said Jolene. She had not removed her mask. The mask was, of course, a porcelain depiction of a perfect woman's face, complete with a wig and full-sized gloves, along with a stunning dress that was on her. "Look at me, Harold. I look like a doll." "That thing has suckers on the inside, my darling. Remove it from your face." When she looked back at her husband, she saw that his complexion was perfectly clear. "And from the look of things, they're good for your skin, too. I think I'll keep mine, Harold." "Oh, no, you are not keeping the creepy doll mask," Harold said out loud. "Oh, and look, Harold, I also have one of these," she said, pulling one of the living dolls out of her purse. It began to move around, its tiny fingers reaching out for her. Harold immediately reached his hands out, grabbed the doll, and squeezed it with all his might, causing it to pop. "Oh, Harold!" "You are not keeping a doll. You are not keeping the creepy doll mask. Remove everything and throw it away." Lady Florence had a chuckle. She also removed her mask, but went ahead and stuck it inside of her bag. Ah, yes. Upon many yesteryears, I remember. My first days as an adventurer, I too was gripped by the shuddering feelings of fear. This is not normal fear, said Harold. I just cannot do dolls. I cannot do suckers or orifices or tentacles shooting down my throat. I cannot do any of that stuff. So if any of that stuff is possible, we are resetting and trying again. Mr. Mulberry is out. We are definitely not fighting that particular boss, or any boss that guarantees we're going to have to go up against the lady of the household. Are we all in agreement to that? Very well, Harold. Have it your way, his wife scolded him. Darling, he scolded her back. Harold and Jolene split apart for a time. They worked hard on playing silly games within the carnival to win acrylic pieces of candy. These pieces of candy paid for food and water, and of course, the small pieces of firewood that they burned inside the Ethelgard Manor. This entire adventure was costing them an exorbitant amount of money, but it was the only way to get the key for the manor on top of the ziggurat. Returning back to the mansion once more, they all rushed inside. The procedure went on as normal. They figured out the murder weapon, tried to figure out where everyone was during the time of the murder, found the place where the murder happened, and then were ready to point the finger at who they were accusing. The first attempt didn't work out so well. The perpetrator was Cherry, the reporter, and as she moved so fast that it was difficult to strike her with a gun, or even be in the same room as her for any amount of time before she would dart into a vent, Harold insisted they go ahead and leave the mansion for a reset. It was easy now to find out who the murderer was, so there was no need for them to fight a pointless boss battle that they had difficulty winning. Lady Florence actually agreed with him. She wasn't certain how they would wrangle down Cherry in order to arrest her, but she also didn't really care to do so. She thought it would be easier to get one of the other perpetrators of the crime. They then turned about and walked right back into the mansion, hoping for another go. They quickly found the murder weapon to be the wrench. Little pieces of Mr. Ethelgard's hair and his clothing stuck inside of its mechanism told them that it was the murder weapon. The location of the murder was clearly done in the second storage room. This was the room that Mr. Ethelgard kept a large supply of the laser, plasma, and kinetic energy weapons that he would distribute to the local human populace. Fey-made weaponry was rare, hard to come by, and often cost a fortune. It made sense as to why Mr. Ethelgard was so wealthy. Harold tried his hardest to pry open one of the crates and free one of the laser weapons so that he could have it for his own. Damn it, he said to himself, trying desperately to acquire the weapon. Oh, give up, Harold, his wife said. It's all bolted down tight. It's not something we can take from this mansion. Not with that attitude, Harold said as he continued to try and free the weapon. The perpetrator of the crime turned out to be Admiral Marigold, but before they went on to accuse the Admiral, Jolene had a rather clever idea. Harold, might I suggest something for this boss fight? Yes, my darling. What is it that you have in mind? How about we shoot him as we accuse him? Harold raised his eyebrows. That might be an interesting loophole. The scene played out only a few minutes later. Because Lady Florence was the quickest draw of all three of them, she was the one to accuse him. Behind the cover of books and other objects, Harold and his wife Jolene were pointing their revolvers directly at the pumpkin-headed man's head. Lady Florence was also quick on her 1911. Finally, it was time, the words uttered from her mouth, that he was the perpetrator of the crime. Before he was able to loft free his machine gun from beneath his heavy coats, Harold, Jolene, and Lady Florence all drew their weapons and fired them into the pumpkin-headed man, who then fell lifeless to the floor. Harold Jolene and Lady Florence stood there silently, looking at the Admiral's body as he lay upon the ground. Behind them, a door opened, and some of the other colorful characters began to walk into the room. "Oh my," said Mr. Mulberry, "to think that it was Admiral Marigold all along who killed Mr. Aethelgard. Whatever could drive a man to do something so despicable?" "Bullshit," said Harold. "Wasn't your backstory that you wanted the Blightwood fruit serum so that you could bring your dolls to life or something creepy like that?" "I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about, investigator. But I'm glad that all of this has been resolved." As a prosecuting attorney, I would have rather him face justice in court rather than at the barrel of a gun. But I understand. Navy officers don't go down easy, and they don't exactly come without a fight. You probably had no choice. "Well, isn't that just great? Looks like I'm out of a job. Anyone here need the work of a chef? I've been working here for nearly my entire career." "Investigators, could I get a statement from you about what you think the motive would have been for Admiral Marigold to kill Mr. Aethelgard?" Now, everyone. Let's not crowd the investigators. Justice has been served, and I'm certain this was a traumatic event for all involved. Let us clear from this place and return to our gazebo of safety. After all, the lady is still loose within the manor. As they all left the room, Harold picked up the Shoshaw machine gun and threw it into his bag. It wasn't worth much to him. Fired a cartridge he could hardly find, and wasn't a reliable weapon. "Oh well," he said to himself, "I guess I'll just stick to these revolvers I have. I have like 6 of them now." Yes. Victory has been had. Justice has been served. And yet, I am not sated. My darling wife doesn't deserve to skulk around this mansion for the rest of her days, in agony and in misery. I may be dead, but I'll not have her suffer in life. Investigators, I asked when this first started, if once you'd solved my murder you could do something for me. Now, I'll have you fulfill my request. We are honor-bound to hold true the will of those who have been forsaken in life, even in death. Tell us, Mr. Aethelgard, what is it that you require of us? When my darling wife first took that mutagenic elixir, it healed her, but it mutated her right arm. I require you to go through the house and press certain indicating latches that will allow the house to rotate to open up a secret passageway. From there, you must enter the laboratory, a boarded-off room that you likely haven't been in before. And from that point, you will have to descend down into the mansion itself. There you will find a secret hideaway that I hid the rest of the elixir. She wants it with all of her heart and soul. But do not give it to her. Instead, take the elixir down into the depths of the ziggurat. There you will find a juicing machine. The Blightwood fruit grow to immense size, bigger than a human person at times, and therefore I needed a large machine to juice them. The juice itself is what I experimented on, despite the Fae's warning against doing so. If you trick my wife into entering the machine, you can activate it and bring an end to her. It will not be a death, it will be a granting of peace, I assure you. Harold groaned loudly. Are you kidding me? I thought we'd be done already. We've solved the murder, isn't that enough? No, of course not, Harold, his wife told him. The lady of the household is clearly the main boss of the area. We have to deal with her, and then we'll receive the key. Lady Florence shook her head. I must agree with your wife on this one, Harold. The story would have felt incomplete if we'd simply left the mansion with Mrs. Aethelgard still wandering about, and the others sheltered up in this gazebo. Harold and Jolene remained serious. The last thing they wanted to do was repeat this run of this adventure all over again. After all, it cost them money to do so. Extra lives were certainly not cheap, and would require nearly half a day of non-stop work to accrue the funds to purchase. Not to mention, the firewood itself was quite expensive. So, Harold decided to use all their remaining firewood in the main bedroom. This was the room that Lady Ethelgard would return to in order to slumber for a bit, before making her way down the halls to the central courtyard. The elevator that led to the courtyard Harold still did not have access to, so he loaded as much of the firewood as he possibly could into the fireplace of the main bedroom. He heated it up as warm as he could get it, then carefully arranged the firewood in such a way that the fire would move from one log to another slowly. There, it was time for them to split ways. Harold proceeded from the main bedroom into Mr. Ethelgard's bathroom. His wife split in the other direction, towards Mrs. Ethelgard's bathroom. Harold was so fortunate enough as to receive the grim task of finding the switch inside of the doll room after that, a room he was not a fan of going in, where his wife was lucky enough to make it to the train room, a room where Mr. Ethelgard enthusiastically collected model trains of all things. "Oh, what a darling room, with what interesting displays," she said as she played with the small figure on the table. A duplicate of Mr. Ethelgard's last will and testament instructed her as to where the switch was in the room. Meanwhile, Harold was in another room staring at a doll that was nailed to the wall in a most inappropriate manner. "Where exactly is this switch again, Mr. Ethelgard?" "Oh, come on, it's not that big a deal. Just open up the dress." "Yeah, no," said Harold. "Come along then, open it up." From there, they continued on the various rooms. The billiard room, the library, the lounge, the kitchen, the dining room, the ballroom, the hall, the study, the conservatory, the storage room 1 and 2. The two of them were nearly finished, save that, of course, of 2 rooms that were boarded up. The first room was the nursery, boarded up with heavy wooden boards. The next was the laboratory, which featured several heavy locks. Mr. Ethelgard came over on the small device once more. "All right, the last switch is in the nursery. I really should have disconnected it, but I never got around to it. You'll have to find something to pry the boards off of the wall. Make sure my wife is not nearby. She will certainly be upset if anyone is inside of the nursery." As Harold began trying to remove some of the boards so they could go inside, his wife Jolene continued to speak to Mr. Ethelgard. "For what reason do you have your nursery all boarded up?" I'm afraid the answer to that question is quite grim. But, to put it simply, me and the missus never were fortunate enough to have children. And after our first attempt, she refused to try again, too scarred by the horror of that day. "That's certainly awful," said Jolene as she walked into the room following her husband. "What exactly happened?" "Does it really matter?" Harold replied. "Oh, hush, Harold. I'm trying to get the story. It could be crucial later." "You're right, darling. Continue." Mr. Ethelgard then continued to speak. "Oh, my wife and I thought about having children. We were not content with just one. We wanted many of them, which is why we built the nursery room. But I'm afraid things didn't work out that way. After I had saved her from her illness, her right hand was mutated in the bizarre fashion. An orifice had opened up between her ring and middle finger. It opened into a pseudo-esophagus which led all the way up into her arm and connected to her stomach. The hand itself was more like a claw, and she often wore a glove over it to hide it from visitors." "That certainly is quite the startling change," said Jolene. "I'm not certain what I would do in such a situation." "And my wife would tend to agree with you," said Mr. Ethelgard. "She didn't know how to handle it. She often hid it from visitors and even me. She always wore the glove at all times, even when we were in bed together. I tried to tell her it was fine. I didn't judge her for what her body had become. It was my fault, after all. The arm had only mutated because that was the injection site where I injected the formula. For some reason, she seemed to get it into her head that more of the formula would somehow solve her conundrum. Or perhaps she simply developed a craving. I wasn't quite certain. I kept it away from her, along with any of the healing remedy that was made from the blightwood fruit, while I experimented inside the laboratory alone. "And what exactly happened inside the nursery?" said Jolene. "Oh, yes, of course. The doctor said that she was perfectly safe to have a child. That's what he reassured me of. There was no damage done to her body permanently. And it wasn't a human doctor I took her to, of course. It was a Fae doctor, someone who knew what they were talking about. He said that the mutagenetic properties had only affected her arm, not her reproductive organs. There'd be no harm in having a child. But he did advise me that, like any childbirth, there would come with certain risks. I had a Fae doctor join us in this very room for the childbirth, to ensure my wife that her mutation would have no negative consequences on the child. But unfortunately, it was her human half that let her down, and the child was stillborn. I couldn't bring myself to approach her as she wept, holding our still infant in her hands. I left the room to give her a moment of peace and solitude, as did the doctor. While he was spending his time reassuring me, we suddenly heard a sickening scream from outside the room. "What happened?" asked Jolene. "That I can't properly answer," said Mr. Aethelgard. "The glove she had always worn was torn apart, the actual hand portion of it no longer visible. The sleeve was still there, although the sleeve was drenched in some kind of fluid, which I imagine now was saliva from her hand. She was staring at her hand, acting as though she wanted to rip it off. The orifice between her middle and ring finger was still gaping and beginning to close. Our child, the child she had given birth to, the child that had not made it into the world, was gone. Disappeared. She was practically in a catatonic state of shock, and despite my best efforts, I myself couldn't get a direct answer for what had occurred. The doctor immediately whisked me out of the room, and told me that with that mutation comes certain animal-like instincts, and a stillborn child is, in the animal kingdom, nutrients to be reabsorbed. He then rushed in to console my wife, and try his best to explain to her what had happened. For days the two of us didn't speak of the incident, and she demanded that the nursery be boarded up permanently. Every time the subject of bringing in new life to this world came up, she resisted me with all her might. I gave up completely on the topic and accepted that a progeny would probably never happen. She reserved herself into a room that we had reserved for children and began playing with dolls. I myself went to my own corner of the house and began building little homes, railways, and roadways, trying to add structure to my life, in place of adding structure to new life. Harold looked up with his face pale white in a look of horror as though he was going to throw up. "You mean she ate her own stillborn child? Ew, that's nasty," Harold said, shuddering. "Yes," said Mr. Aethelgard. "Perhaps it was my greatest sin to force her to be in this world, after she began to mutate into a monster. But ultimately, it was my attempts at protecting her that led to my own demise. Now, I will see her set free. The switch you must flip is just underneath the cradle. Give it a flip, and that'll be all the switches in the home, which will open up a secret door within the laboratory. Make haste." When they ventured back out into the hallway, in order to move over to the laboratory, they found Lady Florence kneeling on the floor, working hard at picking the lock that led into the laboratory. "There you are, Lady Florence," Harold said. He shared the information they discovered inside of the nursery, much to his dismay. "Oh, that does sound quite terrible," Lady Florence said. "But I've heard worse tales of the Fae, truly I have. It feels like every interaction with them they're trying to prove some point to us. Some point that humans just fundamentally can't understand." Lady Florence managed to open the last lock on the door. Then she swung it open. "Quickly, everyone. Inside before Mrs. Æthelgard arrives." The laboratory was quite a sight, to say the least. Odd limbs and pieces of animal body parts were strewn about everywhere inside of containers. "Oh," Harold said. "What the hell is this place?" Even Jolene felt her stomach turning at the sight of it all. "Oh, Harold, I'm beginning to understand why you are fearful of certain things." "Like you're one to talk," Harold retorted. "Oh, but this is truly grisly." "Judge me as much as you like, but I would do it 1,000 times over for love. You see, my wife had begged me to have her arm removed surgically in order to be freed from the mutation, and I wholeheartedly agreed. If it tortured her so much so to have such a grisly appendage, then I would have it removed. And we did have it removed, surgically by a fantastic doctor. I searched for the best artificial arm I could find, but by the time we went to have it attached, the stump where the arm once was had begun to grow back. Much to our shock, her limb, that one limb and only that limb, could repair itself completely. My wife viewed that arm as a parasite, feeding on her body. I always tried to calm her down and say it was nothing more than an appendage affected by a foolish man seeking to save his love, but it was difficult to console her on it. That is when I began my experimentation. I figured perhaps it was possible to have the arm removed and then replace it with something better. A human arm, made from her own DNA, that would just as parasitically attach to her and override the mutated code. That is what I was hoping for. I began my experimentation on all manner of breed of animals to get it to work perfectly. Of course, I'm not so boorish as to torture actual living animals, so I settled for blood samples, growing entire animal limbs using the blightwood fruit serum. I learned much from experimenting with the blightwood fruit, playing God and bringing creatures into this world only to experiment on them. Of course, I minimalized their suffering. I couldn't stand to hear any wails or shrieks, so I settled for living limbs only. My, said Lady Florence. Quite the dedication to your lover, I must admit. Now then, where is that secret door? Mr. Æthelgard instructed them on how to open up the secret door. But before he could properly warn them on what would happen when they did, Jolene pulled a lever she shouldn't have, and the secret door began to open slowly. It was then that all the experiments inside the various jars, limbs from monstrous creatures that lurked through the frontier lands, began to fidget and move within their jars. Harold! Harold, they're moving, Harold! Said Jolene. Yes, darling, I can see that. I think we should probably retreat from this room for now, or perhaps if we can squeeze into the secret entrance, we need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Harold then heard crying in the hallway. Oh, never mind, not going that way. As Harold closed the door that led out to the frigid hallway in the hopes that Lady Æthelgard would not enter the room with them, he turned around to see something beating on glass at the side of the room. Oh, that can't be good, he said. The prints of hooves continued to beat against the glass that was foggy and difficult to see through. Then it shattered, with a large amount of liquid spilling out onto the frigid floor. A horse-like creature with tendrils jetting from its headless neck began to rise up off the floor, as other pieces of body parts and tissue began fighting against its restrainments within the laboratory. I think we should probably pull out our guns. Lady Florence said, pulling out her small 1911 pistol. Yes, I would tend to agree with that, said Harold, pulling out his revolver. Harold, why is the solution for so many problems in the world got to be guns? It's the universal solution for everything, my darling, Harold said, as suddenly the strange, black horse-like creature bore down on them, charging at Lady Florence and grabbing her, pulling her off into the shadows. Harold! It's got her, Harold! Do something, Harold! Trying to deal with my own problems now, honey, Harold said as he fired at a bare arm that was crawling along the ground. He thought for certainly its razor-sharp claws would dig into his leg if he didn't put a bullet in it. Jolene backed up away, holding her gun at anything that was moving towards her, but what she didn't see was something slithering along the floor, only to jump up underneath her dress. Harold, Whoa! Harold! Oh! Oh God. Jolene, take my side quickly. In Harold's distraction, something jumped off of a shelf and attached firmly onto his face. Oh God, it's got me! Harold fell down to the ground and was trying to wrestle with whatever was attached firmly to his face. His wife was standing there awkwardly, leaning on a table, and Lady Florence began to arise up from the shadows off in the corner. Just as fast as the attack had started, it was soon over, and what limbs had managed to escape crawled off into their own direction, hiding inside of vents. Harold rose up and looked back at his wife. What is this thing? What's on my face right now? He said, pulling on it. Ah! I can't get it off! His wife looked back at him with a look of pure astonishment. No, Harold, I would say that's not coming off. Harold looked at a small, shiny, reflective surface that he managed to get his face up to. Have I got a pig snoot now? He said, looking back at Jolene. Jolene looked at her husband and reached out a hand. She then pressed it against his new nose and began to feel it up. Yes, Harold. Oh, this is the god-awful snout of a pig. Oh, it's hideous. The strange, unsteady sound of hooves against the ground joined them, as Lady Florence emerged from the shadows, doing her best to stand upright. I do believe this is a reset of this adventure. Perhaps they have a cure for this in town? Oh my goodness, exclaimed Harold as he looked at Lady Florence. You've become a centaur. How did that happen? This strange creature consumed me, but then suddenly stopped at my waist, and then everything just felt normal. I'm not certain how it happened. You, Mr. Harold, you appear to have the snout of a pig of all things. And you, Jolene, has something occurred to you? Jolene stood there perfectly still for a moment. Well, something appears to have climbed up my dress, so, Harold, if you could be so bold as to assist me in its inspection. She then hiked up the back of her dress. Harold cautiously looked up his wife's dress. Oh, honey, you now have a big fluffy tail. Oh my goodness, I have a tail. You don't just have a tail, it appears to have changed several other parts of your anatomy. Oh, you'll see it later, for certain. Whatever are you talking about, Harold? Jolene then segregated herself into a separate part of the laboratory for decency's sake, pulled up her dress as high as she possibly could, and inspected her own body. Oh my goodness, no! What a beastly, animal-like triangle of... No! She then threw down her dress and immediately looked back at her husband. Harold, I want a cure for this now. We are leaving now. I don't care if we have to reset the entire adventure. We are curing this now. Yes, yes, darling. I would tend to agree with this, he said, rubbing his own pig snout. If we knew this was on the table, we would have come in more prepared. Lady Florence was busy steadying herself as best she can. With me unable to walk, I definitely need a reset, and I'd hate to be the one to ask this of you both, but would you, by chance, be able to assist me to some form of vehicle, perhaps your truck? With some reasonable difficulty, the three of them found themselves back inside of the main town. "That was awful," said Harold. "Who knew that hauling a half-horse, half-lady would be so difficult?" "My apologies," said Lady Florence. "I don't know how to walk with 4 legs yet, especially on hooves of all things. But perhaps with any luck, we shall find a remedy and have this cured post-haste." "Yes, I should say so," said Harold. He then walked into the shop and looked around. He talked to the pumpkin-headed merchant who was running the shop, one he recognized from the cornfield. "Fancy meeting you again," said Harold. "You wouldn't have anything to help with this," he said, pointing at his nose. "Oh, yes, sir. We have many toothbrushes, toothpaste, mouthwash, anything to help with your bad breath." Harold then scowled at the pumpkin-headed woman. "Ha ha, just joking. I know what you want," she said, reaching underneath the counter. She then pulled up a very strange, square, plastic see-through box. The box featured a fake plastic hand inside that was both part of a hand and a small bit of the upper arm portion. There, a plastic saw was mounted permanently, poised to cut the arm off. "Here you go. Hold this part of the box with one hand and this part of the box with the other," she said, pointing at a mount on the side of the box and a part of the saw that was the handle. "All you have to do is run the saw back and forth until it can make its complete travel down, and that little pig snoot of yours will fall right off. Don't worry about it." "Sounds good to me," said Harold. "Now then, how much does it cost?" She then gently tapped the price on the counter. Harold looked at it and nearly lost all of the wind inside of his lungs. "Oh my goodness! And I thought weapons were expensive." Harold stepped away from the shop for just a moment, where he found his wife trying to help Lady Florence stand on all 4 of her hooves. "Sweetheart, we got a problem. It's probably going to take us a couple of days to make the money required to buy this thing, and I mean all 3 of us. She said it's multi-use, so one of them will work on all 3 of us, but we're not going to have it, not right off the bat." "What? What are you talking about, Harold? I can't live with this thing. Let me see." Jolene walked up to the booth and looked at the price. Her heart nearly sank. "Oh, but Miss Merchant, I'm ever so in the Halloween spirit. I enjoy candy and frolicking about and pumpkins and the dry leaves. Certainly you can lower the price for me." "Oh, dear Jolene, my favorite customer, the price is lowered for you. Would you like to see your husband's price?" she said, tapping the amount. "Oh, well, that's not much better," said Jolene. Jolene, Harold, and Lady Florence began accruing money within the town, trying to pay for the item that would cure their current affliction. Lady Florence had suggested multiple times that they go into the cornfield to fight monsters, as that was a far faster way of accruing funds. Unfortunately, Harold and Jolene just weren't combat people. They weren't well trained and oftentimes spent too much ammunition taking down small monsters. Lady Florence understood, and with her current predicament, she found it difficult to play half of the games that could have accrued the money faster. There would be no hope of her matching monsters at this current rate. When the day finally came that it was time to purchase the item, all 3 of them were delighted. Lady Florence had learned how to walk, but that was about all she could do. The 3 of them met where Harold and Jolene were staying. "Finally! At long last we'll be free of this," said Jolene out loud. "Come along, Harold. Let's hurry up and do this thing." "Yes, yes, my darling," Harold said. He pulled out the item and placed it upon the table. "According to this, all I have to do is slide the little plastic saw back and forth. It'll go through the plastic arm, and once it's fully complete, this nose thing will just fall off. It's a real shame. I'll miss stuffing it with tissues and firing them out like cannonballs." "Oh, I hate it when you do that, Harold. That's disgusting." "I thought you were afraid of holes," said Jolene. "Yes, my darling," retorted Harold. "I'm afraid of holes, but these are kind of my holes now, so I'm not as afraid of them. It's kind of like I've always had this nose," he said, looking at himself in the mirror. "Plus, I can really get my finger in here and pick boogers." "Oh, Harold, you're disgusting. You're going first," she said, sliding the box over to him. "Now remove that ridiculous appendage immediately." All right, said Harold. He slid the box over to him properly and rotated it around, until the handle that was attached to the end of the arm was facing his left hand. Then he grasped onto it and grabbed onto the saw with his right. "Now then, this should work pretty simply. I just slide the saw back and forth." He drew back the saw and thrust it forward against the arm. His eyes narrowed, and he looked up at Jolene. "Motherfucker!" he said out loud as he let go of the saw. When he let go of it, it snapped right back up to the top of the box. "What's wrong, Harold?" his wife asked. "The fucking thing hurts. It feels like I'm cutting my own fucking arm off." "Well, you don't look hurt," his wife said, inspecting his arm and the pig's snout. "Nothing's cut or injured. Is it just the box making you feel pain, perhaps?" "Yes, darling, I think it's the box making me feel pain. That was pretty obvious. Jesus Christ, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this thing if it hurts." "Harold, a woman experiences the pain of childbirth. If a woman can handle that, you can handle cutting off your own arm. You are not seriously comparing those two pains. Harold, just remove the damn pig's snout." Harold took a deep breath. Perhaps this box didn't hurt anywhere near as bad as he was making it out to sound. After all, it wasn't like he was actually cutting his arm off. He grasped the two handles and began to move the saw back and forth slowly. "Oh God, it's painful." He then thought it might be better if he sped up a little bit, so he thrust the saw forward as fast as he could. Nope, that's no better. About halfway through the arm, he hit something that to him felt like a tight piano wire, as though he was stretching it with his own hands. Harold desperately wanted to let go of the little plastic saw, but he knew if he did, it would snap right back to the top, and he'd have to start all over again. He continued to imagine the tightening piano wire, right around his arm, stretching as tight as it possibly could, as though it were going to snap his arm off. Yet at the same time, the piano wire was part of him, his nerve endings, the tendons in his arm, all of them pulling tightly as anxiety built up within him. "Come on, Harold, you can do it," his wife said. "Breathe, Harold. Breathe in and out. Just keep going forward." With all the strength he could muster, he slid the little plastic saw back and forth, allowing it to continue its descent through the little plastic arm. Eventually, he felt the piano wire snap, and it all became almost too easy, despite the pain that he was feeling. When he finally brought the little plastic saw to the bottom of the plastic case, he felt something fall off of his face. "Oh my goodness!" his wife shouted. There, laying upon the table, was the little pig snout that had been attached to Harold's face for the past few days. He sat there, sweaty, worn out, and out of breath, and slowly began to pick up the appendage that was once his own. "Well, would you look at that? It's off," said Harold. "Okay, I never want to do that again, ever in my life." He got up, drenched in sweat, and felt like he was about to vomit. He then slid the box over to his wife. "All right, honey, it's your turn, and oh God, is it hard." "All right, Harold," she said, turning the box to face her properly. "It is a woman's duty to endure pain in life. Women are stronger than men in that way. We can endure things that no man could possibly force himself to endure." She then grasped both the handles. "I shall show you how it's done, then." She then slid the little plastic saw back and forth once. "Oh!" she said, with her eye twitching. She then slid the little saw back and forth, again a second time. "Oh!" She grunted once more, her eye twitching again. "Come on, darling. You can do it," Harold encouraged her. "Shut up, Harold. I'm doing it. I'm doing it." She slid the little saw back and forth 1/3 time before finally letting go of it completely and sliding the box over to Lady Florence. "I'll need some time to mentally prepare. Perhaps an adventurer would have an easier time of it." Lady Florence raised her eyebrows and then picked up the device, looking at it for a moment. "Indeed. I will, with all good grace, apply myself to the task at hand. One must expect a certain degree of suffering. After all, when one has embraced the perilous path of an adventurer, it is merely a matter of professional requirement." Lady Florence, the adventurer, stayed completely stone-faced upon the first 3 passes of the little plastic saw. It was on the 4th pass that her eye began to twitch. It was on the 5th pass that her hoof began to beat against the ground. Harold was counting the passes as best he could and wondering when the piano wire would arrive. But she never made it to that point. It was upon the 10th pass of the saw that she looked up at them both and decided. Lady Florence stayed completely silent for several moments before looking up at the two of them, still holding on to the plastic saw. "Pray tell, have I not always carried the heart of one devoted to the horse? My affection for those magnificent creatures persisted for my entire existence, and the cherished aspirations of crossing over a grassy expanse has never truly left me. When viewed from this lens, this moment is in its entirety the very fulfillment of my destiny." Lady Florence then slowly slid the box back over to Jolene. "Oh, well, I insist, my lady, you go first." No," she said. "Perhaps this is the form I was always destined to have," she said, banging her hooves against the ground. "Besides, I shall be a much faster adventurer like this." Harold giggled a bit, and then looked at his wife. "Well, darling, looks like it's your turn. Go ahead, then. You wouldn't want a triangle forever." Jolene stared at the box, her hands trembling as she grasped the handles. Upon sliding the blade across the little plastic arm, only one time she looked up at her husband. "You know what, Harold? I think having a tail is quite a fabulous idea, don't you?" Harold raised his eyebrows at his wife, still wiping sweat off of his body. "You made me get rid of the pig snoot. Well, go on, then. Show me that a woman can handle more pain than a man." "Oh, whatever are you talking about, Harold? Handling pain is a man's job. You're the ones who go out and work and move heavy steel beams. We stay at home and we brush our tails. That's what wives do." Harold looked at his wife in astonishment. "You're serious? You're seriously okay with keeping that thing on your body, even with the triangle?" She stopped and looked at him for a moment. "You have no problem with the triangle, Harold. You'll get used to it." Harold looked almost astonished as he picked up the little plastic box. Are we serious here?" "Fine, but it'll be right over here on the counter when you decide you need it. Which will be inevitable because we gotta leave this place at some point, but I guess we have time. If you already look like that, we're really gonna have to avoid the body part room." Lady Florence then ran a hand across her backside, feeling her own body. "Actually, my newfound friends, Harold and Jolene, I'm afraid this is where we must part ways. I just am not mobile enough to go on that kind of adventure yet. I'm going to have to practice walking and practice functioning first. Perhaps in a few weeks I'll be able to tackle the mansion, but for now, I'm going to have to relearn a lot. I'm afraid this is where we must say goodbye." Jolene gave Lady Florence a hug, and Harold shook his head up and down. "Yes, all right then. Best of luck to you figuring out that. If you want to use the box, just come on by whenever we're home, and I'll go ahead and give it to you." "Oh, I don't think that'll be necessary," said Lady Florence as she said goodbye. She then walked down the hallway, all alone. Harold wiped some more sweat from his brow as he watched Lady Florence walk away. I had heard rumors around the city-state that this is exactly how people end up permanently mutated from the Fae. Not that they're unable to fix it, but that they're just unwilling to do the change. I guess this is how that happens. You know, if you can't man up and actually slide that little plastic blade across that arm, we very well could walk out of here with you keeping that tail." "We absolutely will, Harold. I've had a tail my entire life. I've no idea what you're talking about." "You can't be serious. You made me cut off my weird pig nose thing. Now you won't cut off your tail." "Harold, I have had a tail my entire life. It is the feature you love most about me. I am not having it removed." "First of all, that is a very bold lie for you. Second of all, maybe I'm not a fan of the tail. Harold, I've had enough of this conversation and we will speak of it no more." Boy, women really are built to handle pain, aren't they? Harold! Jolene's choice to not use the box to cure her infliction did not come without consequence. It was a topic that Harold was keen to bring up whenever it suited his fancy, especially as they lie in bed together. Jolene sat on her lunch break. It was truly inhuman, the idea that she could simply be in this carnival for days on end and still be allowed to stay here. Certainly, someone would run out of money for running this place. Certainly, the food would run out. Certainly, they couldn't constantly keep the attractions open at all hours of the day, and yet, somehow they could. Jolene sat nervous on the bench as she consumed her lunch, slices of apples, meat, and the expected bread. As she felt her tail brushing from between her legs, she felt as though this place was truly breaking her. It wasn't breaking her with cruelty, or terror, or fear. It was breaking her with persistence, the constant unending games, the constant fear that she might not get home. Those were the things that were most affecting her psychologically. She looked up at the woman on the park bench across from her, her pumpkin head still fixed tightly to her shoulders, as she stood up from the bench to guide her child home. Jolene took a deep breath. No matter what the cost, she couldn't end up like that woman. Even if she left this place with a tail, she wouldn't end up like that woman, and she wouldn't allow Harold to abandon her. After accruing the necessary funds, they took a single day to spend time together and relax before venturing off to the mansion once more. Harold knew he was getting on his wife's last nerve, always mentioning the tail, always asking her to use the small box sitting on the counter. So he decided to let it go, at least until it was time for them to leave this Fey wild territory. They went up to the mansion once more, and there they began immediately walking inside and solving the mystery once again. This time the mystery seemed almost too easy, straightforward even. A dagger was located. Blood upon it said that it was the murder weapon. The place that it was used was the kitchen, and the perpetrator was Chef Alba. As skilled as she was at throwing instruments of cookery, she was no match for a well-trained bullet. Once she went down, it was time for Harold and Jolene to begin flipping the switches in every single room. Harold split off to throw as much firewood as he possibly could into one of the fireplaces to keep Mrs. Æthelgard busy, while Jolene began flipping as many of the switches as she possibly could. Opening up the nursery door was somewhat difficult, but Harold managed to pry the boards off and flip the switch. Then came the laboratory. This time they were both fully prepared. They had every precaution to prevent anything from attaching to their body, and they had weaponry to defend themselves. The two of them were shocked when they made it to Mr. Aethelgard's personal quarters, hidden deep underground, just under the main courtyard. "Here we are," said the small device. "At long last. Quickly, open the safe. The code is the name of my poor firstborn child." When Harold opened up the safe, he was surprised to find 2 glowing vials. "2? I thought there'd only be 1, said Harold. "Well, Harold, there are 2 of us. Perhaps there's a reason it's giving us 2 of these items," she said, grasping one of the vials. "Mr. Aethelgard, is this the right one?" she said, using the small device to look at the vial. "Yes, that's the substance. If you give her that container, she'll have exactly what she's always wanted. Place that inside of the juicer. Nothing will stop her from getting a hold of it. So, whatever you do, do not enter the manor holding that thing. Just put it inside the juicer and then open up the door." Harold sat there looking at it for a moment. He then looked down the hall to see 2 helpful signs, one leading up to the courtyard, which he had never been inside of, the other leading down into the juicer. Harold started to think as he looked at the 2 signs. "Darling, something about this doesn't feel quite right to me. Why would the Fae have us play this silly game only to have us eventually kill someone who is different from ourselves? Isn't the whole point of this carnival them trying to prove some silly point about being different? It doesn't quite make sense." "Oh, we can't think about that, Harold. We have to fulfill the quest as it is told to us. And this little machine says that we have to go put this in the juicer. So, I say we go put it in the juicer." Harold looked at the sign again and began to think. "I have my own idea. What if I were to go up into the courtyard, where Mr. Aethelgard's body is, with the vial of juice, and give it to his wife? Perhaps that is the actual ending of this whole game we're playing." "Harold, no. You said that participation was 90% of everything in this place. If we go off script now, at the very end, we'll just have to do it all over again." "I understand that, my darling, but it only takes us, a couple minutes to solve the puzzle now? A little bit of a risk when taking on the sub-boss, but I think we can do this. If it turns out I'm wrong, we can do the whole thing over again. No problem." "Harold, if I had suggested something like that, gone off script, and caused us a restart, you'd be throwing a fit at me right now. I know that, darling, and I admit to that, but I have a gut feeling about this." "And what if it turns out you're wrong, Harold? What if doing that does not make you receive the key to this manor? Are you willing to do a reset in which Mr. Mulberry turns out to be the person who killed Mr. Aethelgard?" Harold shuddered for a minute. "Darling, I have a good feeling about this, and I'm going to go with it. If it turns out I'm wrong, and we end up having to do a reset just for me, because you have your key, then I'm fine with that, even if it's the doll man. I'm going to go this way. You can go down to the juicer if you want, but I'm going to go in this direction," he said, pointing up to the courtyard. "Fine, Harold, and I'll go this direction, and we will see who is right." Jolene continued on down the subterranean hallway until she made it to the juicing room. It was a gargantuan-sized machine, and that was putting it lightly. It was underneath a large hatch in the ceiling, likely something they could lower down the large blightwood fruit with, probably with a crane, but she couldn't quite tell. "Thank you for doing this," chimed in Mr. Aethelgard on the small device. "All of this was my doing. I was the man willing to burn the world to the ground to protect his own wife, and ended up transforming her into a monster. Uncork the vial of the serum. Place it in the middle of the juicer's floor pad. Then, pull the lever to open up the hatch at the top. When my wife ventures out to the courtyard again, she'll crawl down the hatch and be inside the juicer. Then, all you need to do is pull the lever. Activate the juicer, and it will put a swift end to her existence. I promise, it will be quick. She will not suffer. Jolene took a deep breath. I may have not been strong enough to do one thing, she said, feeling her tail swish back and forth. But I'll be strong enough to do this. She then uncorked the vial and placed it exactly where Mr. Aethelgard told her to. She then picked back up the small device and walked off of the pad, closing the opening hatch behind her. Then she moved over to the control panel and pulled a lever to open up the door. It will only be a few moments that my wife is able to grasp the vial and consume it. You must pull the lever within that time. Jolene heard a scuttling when she looked up the shaft. An 8-armed figure was slowly making its way down into the juicer. There she is. Despite her change, I still find her as beautiful as ever. When this is all over, I want you to delete this grisly event from this small device. In fact, I want you to go ahead and wipe this device clean. I need not exist in this world. Jolene looked at Mrs. Aethelgard as she lowered herself down the shaft. Once she made it inside of the juicer proper, she could hear Mrs. Aethelgard absconding with the small vial of mutagenic substance. Then she pulled the lever as hard as she could. The lever unstuck and then slipped forward. Instantly, 2 metal walls began closing on each other, trapping Mrs. Aethelgard in between. I am sorry, my love. This is the end, for us both. Jolene wished she had the forethought to pull out her earplugs and put them on before activating this large machine. It made a loud, grating noise that hurt her ears. As she covered her ears with her bare hands, she could barely make out the screams of Mrs. Aethelgard from within the machine. For a moment, she thought she was actually hurting someone. It was all capitalized with what Jolene believed to be a jet of blood and other viscera shooting out of the machine and coating her completely. Just like that, the work was done. Mr. Aethelgard chimed in. I will miss you, my darling. Of course, you've likely already joined the real me in heaven. Go on, then. I fear not oblivion. Turn me around and hold the button in on my back for multiple seconds. Should take about 5, and then I'll be wiped clean. Jolene turned the small device around and lifted up a small trap door. She then put her finger against the button and pressed it in for 5 seconds. She could hear Mr. Aethelgard beginning to delete. Yes, that is it. I am free. Well, Jolene said, where's the key to this location? She looked around the room for a moment and then realized where the key probably was. She opened up the juicer door and it was exactly as she thought. Amidst the twisted, mangled body of Mrs. Aethelgard, she found the key to the manor. It was exactly like the one in the corn maze, except this one was designed a little bit different, displaying imagery reminiscent of the manor on top of the ziggurat. Oh, well, looks like Harold was wrong, she said, wiping blood off of her body. God, this is disgusting and awful. But she took a deep breath and took some comfort knowing that she was strong enough to get through something as horrible as this. Hopefully, this would mean that in the future, Harold would not see her as a burden. All I have to do now is go and find Harold, and then we can depart from this place, she said to herself. She made her way down the hall, then found the sign where her and her husband had parted ways. The courtyard, that's where he said he was. When she walked up into the courtyard, there she saw Mr. Aethelgard's body laying at the foot of a large, twisted, odd-looking tree. In this place, her husband was standing before a rather strange-looking tall woman, one with 2 torsos and 4 arms on each torso. It looked almost exactly the same as Mrs. Aethelgard herself. Jolene looked at the woman for a moment in utter confusion. But I thought, wasn't I just... "Oh, there you are, darling," Harold said out loud. He then held up a small metal object, looking oddly reminiscent as the key that Jolene herself had just earned. "Looks like I was right. You can end this by just giving the substance to Mrs. Aethelgard. It allows her to finish mutating into her full form," he said, gesturing his hand up towards the incredibly tall woman. She had 2 torsos, one stacked on top of another, and each of them had 4 arms. "Yes, I have achieved my final form. I must apologize again for my disruptive behavior. I was trapped in grief, and my body was not my own at that time. I was like trapped behind a glass wall, watching everything pass me by but had no control. I plan on leaving this place now. In truth, my husband had grown tired of his current business affairs, especially with such disreputable people. He planned on selling the entire manor home to the Fae and allowing everything surrounding us to become Fae territory. That is what he was going to tell the 6 people who were visiting us tonight for dinner. I can't believe one of them actually murdered my dear husband in my own home. I'm glad you gave them their just desserts. Now that they are gone and my husband is passed on, and I am a mutated abomination, I think I shall also join the Fae. I shall go off with them and figure out a new way of living in the world. My husband loved me dearly, so I won't feel bad for myself. That would only seek to harm him further. Goodbye, investigators. We shall not see each other again. Thank you for visiting, but I cannot imagine you'll be welcome here after the Fae have taken it over. They're awfully protective of this tree." Jolene looked down at herself, covered in blood and other bodily fluids, and then she held up the key. "Wait a minute, so which one was the right answer? Giving you the fluid or throwing you in the juicer? I thought for a minute I'd actually killed you." "No," she said. "I slipped out at the last second. It's designed that way." "Oh," Jolene said, looking down at the key. "Then what am I covered in right now?" Mrs. Aethelgard smiled. "Probably best you not ask that question." "But which one was the right answer? Killing you or allowing you to have your fluid?" "Both," Mrs. Aethelgard said. "Both were the right answer. That was kind of the whole point of this place." "I don't understand," said Jolene. "That's because you're human," said Mrs. Aethelgard. "It was nice meeting you both. You can stick around for a bit. The manor is warming up, and all of the actors would love to shake your hands before you leave this place. This is not a repeatable event. If you lose that key, you can get it reimbursed, but don't sell it. That key has no sale value." They both looked down at their keys and noticed their names were inscribed on them. "Understood," they both said. Harold then cleared his throat. "So, you wouldn't happen to be the owner of this place, are you?" "No," Mrs. Aethelgard replied. "I am not the owner of this place. I only control this one area. I'm the one who orchestrated this whole mansion adventure. I thought it would be a lot of fun." "It was," said Harold, "except for the part where you ate me with your belly button. That was horrifying." Mrs. Aethelgard laughed. "That was fun." How did you pull that off? Was it some kind of trickery?" She laughed once more and lifted up her bottom shirt. "No, I just stuffed you inside of this little hole." She then spread open her belly button, causing Harold to gag and look away. Jolene looked down at her hands, covered in blood and other mucousy fluids. "Harold, please don't leave me like that again," she said. "Leave you?" Harold said. "How did I leave you?" "You abandoned me to find the ending of this place. I was forced to go into that awful juicing room." "Well, you could have stuck by my side, too. You could have given back your potion the way I gave mine." "Well, Harold, Jolene then broke and explained to Harold her interaction with the pumpkin-headed woman in the park. Harold listened to his wife. Then he raised an eyebrow. "What kind of dipshit, useless man leaves his woman inside of a place like this all alone with no ability to get out, and on top of that, doesn't take the kid with him? Fuck that guy," Harold said. "Well, I was nervous, Harold. I was concerned that you might take the easy road out just as he did." "Me? The hell you putting that on me for? I ain't abandoning you, but believe me, you make me want to at times." "Well, I could easily end up like that woman, Harold. What if you did abandon me and I was forced to fight my way out of here, all on my own?" "Well, I'm sure you'd figure it out," said Harold. "It's not like we have children." "That poor woman in the park, Harold." "Poor woman?" said Harold. "Fuck that bitch. If she's willing to do that to herself and take the easy road out when she has a kid relying on her, then she probably deserves to have a pumpkin for a head." Mrs. Æthelgard giggled. "Wait until she realizes she doesn't actually have a pumpkin for a head. A lot of the ones with pumpkins don't even realize that part," she said, snickering to herself. "Oh, really?" said Harold. "So they're not actually dead?" Mrs. Æthelgard then thought about it for a moment. "Well, I mean, some of them are." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" asked Harold. Just then he heard a large thump on the top of the glass dome. Quoth the Raven was now standing on top of it and looking down at them through a small opening in one of the window panes. Quoth the Raven, "Nevermore." "Oh, that actually frightened me, Harold. Quite a shock." "Oh, relax, my darling. Let's get back to town and chill out for a few days. We could really use the break, and you could definitely use a shower. And if you feel like it, we can remove your tail." "No, Harold," she said. "That stupid box hurts. We'll find another way at some point." Mrs. Æthelgard directed them towards the elevator. Now that they were on the side of the courtyard, they could use the elevator freely. It would take them up to the mansion. From that point, they could walk right out of it and back home with the keys in hand. Just before Harold entered the elevator, he looked back up at the glass ceiling at the very top of the roof. There, Quoth was looking back at him. "Nevermore." "What are you looking at, Harold?" asked his wife, Jolene. "Nothing, darling. 'Tis a reference, and nothing more." The end. Thank you all very much for listening to the 2025 Halloween Special of the Legends of Theia. I've been working on the Legends of Theia for about 2 years now, and it's been a lot of fun working on this project. My skill and abilities are ever improving, and I'm working with some pretty good artists to make some fantastic artwork. At this stage, growth is the #1 thing I need for the Legends of Theia. If I can get more and more people to be familiar with it, listen to my stories, talk about it, do their own fan art, and engage on any level, which can include liking, commenting, and subscribing, it'll be worth it more and more for me to work on this project. Currently, it's just a hobby that I do in my free time, with very few people actually engaging. And unfortunately, when someone doesn't tip for your services, you can't provide those services forever. If I want to release more content, hire more artists, hire an editor, release a written book version of the Legends of Theia, all of that is going to require time and money. And time and money cannot be accrued without lots of engagement, without a clear audience and clear number of people who are interested in consuming more of my content. The way you can help is by sharing this video with anyone you think might be interested in it. I know it's a little bit of counterculture at times. I tend to use a little bit backwards writing tropes, and some of it's just for the lollies and jolls. But sometimes something great can come of that. So I would really appreciate it if you liked, commented, subscribed, and did anything else you can to help promote my work. Thank you very much for watching this Halloween special, and have a happy Halloween.